Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Ancient Pact. In the beginning, before the gods shaped the cosmos into ordered realms, before mortals drew breath beneath starlit skies, there existed only the raw, unbridled fury of elemental chaos. Fire without purpose consumed all in its path, while water drowned possibility itself. Earth crushed dreams before they could take form, and air scattered hope to the howling winds. This was the age of the primordials, when creation was nothing more than the violent collision of opposing forces, each seeking dominion over a reality that had not yet learned to dream of balance. Among these ancient powers, none was more terrible or more ambitious than the entity that would come to be known as the Elder Elemental Eye. Unlike its brethren, who were content to rage in their elemental purity, the Eye possessed a vision that transcended the limitations of singular force. It saw not fire or water, earth or air, but the devastating potential that lay in their unholy union. Where others saw opposition, the Eye perceived opportunity. Where the gods would later impose harmony, the Eye sought to orchestrate a symphony of destruction that would remake all existence in its image of perfect eternal chaos. The Eye was not merely an elemental lord, but something far more insidious, a corruption of the very concept of balance itself. It understood that true power lay not in the dominance of one element over others, but in the perversion of their natural relationships. Fire should not simply burn, it should consume water itself. Earth should not merely endure, it should corrupt the very air that flowed above it. This was the Eye's great heresy against the natural order, the belief that chaos could be perfected, that destruction could become creation's superior. In those primordial days, when the boundaries between planes were as fluid as morning mist, the Eye began its first great work. It reached across the nascent multiverse, its influence seeping into the elemental planes themselves like poison into a wellspring. The pure fire of the elemental plane of fire began to hunger for more than fuel. It developed an appetite for consuming the essential nature of other elements. The endless seas of the plane of water grew restless, seeking not merely to flow, but to drown the very concept of dry land. The eternal stone of the earth plane learned to covet the destruction of all that grew upon its surface, while the perpetual winds of the airplane whispered mad secrets that drove listeners to embrace the void. But the Eye's corruption ran deeper than mere elemental perversion. It understood that to truly remake existence, it needed servants who could bridge the gap between the primordial chaos it embodied and the ordered reality that was slowly taking shape around it. Thus began the Eye's most subtle and dangerous work, the seduction of mortal minds that had not yet learned to distinguish between creation and destruction, between divine inspiration and primordial madness. The first to answer the Eye's call were not the desperate or the power-hungry, as one might expect, but the visionaries, those rare souls who could perceive the fundamental patterns underlying reality itself. These were the architects and philosophers, the mages and priests who had dedicated their lives to understanding the deepest mysteries of existence. To them, the Eye revealed truths that no god had dared to speak. That order was nothing more than chaos wearing a mask, that creation was merely destruction, moving too slowly to be perceived, that the only honest response to existence was to embrace its inevitable end. These first prophets of the Eye did not see themselves as servants of evil. for such concepts had not yet crystallized in the young cosmos. They saw themselves as pioneers of a new form of enlightenment, one that acknowledged the fundamental futility of all ordered existence and sought to hasten the return to the pure, honest chaos from which all things had emerged. They became the first to understand that every act of creation was simultaneously an act of destruction, that every moment of order was stolen from the eternal chaos that was reality's natural state. The eye did not demand worship in the manner of the gods who would later rise to power. Instead, it offered partnership, a chance to participate in the grand work of returning existence to its primordial state. It promised its followers not eternal life, but eternal purpose. They would become agents of cosmic truth, liberating reality from the illusion of permanence that the emerging gods sought to impose upon it. Through their actions, the eye whispered, all beings would be freed from the burden of existence and return to the blessed chaos of non-being. Under the eye's guidance, these first prophets began to establish the foundations of what would become the elemental cults. They learned to speak with the voices of fire and flood, earthquake and hurricane. They discovered how to make the elements themselves into willing allies, rather than mere tools, convincing fire to burn not just matter, but hope itself. Teaching water to drown, not just bodies but souls, showing earth how to bury, not just the living but the very memory of life. Instructing air to carry, not just sound, but the seeds of madness. The rituals they developed were not mere spellcasting but acts of cosmic vandalism, each one designed to weaken the barriers between the elemental planes and the material world. They learned to create what they called convergence points, places where the raw power of multiple elemental planes could bleed through simultaneously, creating zones of concentrated chaos that served as beachheads for the eye's eventual assault on ordered reality. But the eye's greatest achievement in those early days was not the corruption of the elements or the seduction of mortal minds, but the creation of the Great Pact, a binding agreement that would ensure its influence could never be completely severed from the world, no matter what powers might rise to oppose it. This pact was not written in words or carved in stone, but woven into the very fabric of elemental reality itself. It decreed that wherever the elements touched the material world, the potential for the eye's influence would remain, dormant perhaps, but never truly destroyed. The pact established 4 great focal points, each attuned to one of the primary elements, where the eye's power would be strongest and its servants most able to work their will upon the world. These sites would become known in later ages as the temples of elemental evil, though in their original conception they were intended as something far more ambitious, anchors that would hold open permanent gates between the elemental planes and the material world, allowing chaos to flow freely between realms until all distinction between them was lost. Each focal point was designed to embody the eye's perfected vision of its associated element. The site dedicated to fire would not merely burn, but would teach all other elements the joy of consumption. The water focus would not simply flood, but would demonstrate to all existence the peace that came with drowning. The earth anchor would not just crush, but would show all things the comfort of being buried beneath the weight of eternity. The air nexus would not merely blow, but would carry to every corner of reality the whispered truth that all things must eventually be scattered to nothing. As the cosmos continued to evolve, and the gods began to assert their influence over the developing multiverse, they gradually became aware of the eye's work. The conflict that followed was not the dramatic clash of armies that mortals might imagine, but a subtle war fought across eons, with reality itself as the battlefield. The gods did not seek to destroy the eye. Indeed, they may not have possessed the power to do so, but rather to contain its influence, to build barriers that would limit its ability to corrupt the ordered world they were struggling to create. The binding of the elder elemental eye was not a single great ritual, but a gradual process of cosmic quarantine, as the gods worked to isolate the entity's consciousness from the material world, while leaving the elemental planes themselves untouched. They could not undo the Great Pact without destroying the very foundations of elemental reality, but they could make it far more difficult for the Eye to act directly upon the world. Yet even as they worked to contain the primordial entity, the gods understood that they were fighting not just against a single enemy, but against a fundamental aspect of existence itself. The chaos that the Eye embodied was not an aberration, but a natural force, as essential to the cosmos as the order they sought to impose. Their victory, when it came, was not the elimination of the threat, but merely its temporary suppression, a buying of time rather than a final solution. The Eye's prophets, scattered across the young world, felt their master's retreat like a wound in their souls. Some despaired and abandoned their calling, while others doubled down on their devotion, believing that the Eye's apparent defeat was merely another test of their faith. These latter became the founders of secret traditions that would preserve the Eye's teachings through the long ages of divine ascendancy, waiting for the time when the barriers would weaken and their master's influence could once again flow freely into the world. They established hidden schools and concealed temples, passing down through generations the rituals and philosophies that would one day allow new prophets to arise. They learned patience, understanding that their work was not measured in mortal lifespans but in cosmic ages. They taught their descendants to watch for the signs that would herald the Eye's return: the convergence of elemental forces, the appearance of mortals with the vision to see beyond the illusion of order, and most importantly, the gradual weakening of the divine barriers that held their master in check. The ancient pact endures still, woven into the deepest structures of reality, like a poison that cannot be purged without killing the patient. Every flame that burns carries within it the potential for the Eye's hunger. Every flowing stream remembers the dream of universal drowning. Every stone bears the weight of cosmic burial, and every breeze whispers secrets of final scattering. The elements themselves have become unwitting accomplices to a plan that spans millennia, their very nature corrupted by a vision of perfect chaos that masquerades as a return to primordial truth. And in the depths of its cosmic prison, the elder elemental Eye waits with the patience of eternity itself, knowing that the ordered world the gods have built contains within it the seeds of its own destruction. For every act of creation requires the elements to participate, and every time they do, they strengthen the ancient pact that binds them to the Eye's will. The very foundations upon which civilization rests are shot through with the potential for their own undoing, waiting only for the right combination of ambition, desperation, and twisted vision to awaken them once more. Thus we see how the greatest threats to existence often wear the mask of cosmic truth, how the most dangerous enemies are those who believe themselves to be liberators. The Eye's ancient pact reminds us that chaos is not the opposite of order, but its shadow, following it always and waiting for the moment when the light grows dim enough for darkness to reclaim what it has never truly surrendered. In every element that sustains life lies the power to end it, and in every ending lies the promise of a new beginning, or perhaps, if the Eye has its way, the final return to the honest chaos that preceded all beginnings and will outlast all ends. Chapter 2. Before prophets rise. Power, when it calls to mortal hearts, does not announce itself with trumpets or fanfare. It whispers, soft as a lover's promise, seductive as a dream of what could be, and perhaps no truth rings more eternal than this. Those who answer power's call most readily are not the wicked, but the wounded, souls who have glimpsed the fundamental unfairness of existence and hunger for the strength to rewrite the rules entirely. In the long ages following the elder elemental Eye's binding, its influence lay dormant but never dead, waiting for hearts broken enough to hear its subtle song and minds brilliant enough to comprehend its cosmic vision. The awakening began not with grand proclamations or obvious signs, but with 4 separate souls scattered across the realms, each nursing their own particular wound, each possessing the dangerous combination of exceptional ability and fatal flaw that makes mortals susceptible to primordial corruption. They did not know of each other's existence at first. These four who would become the prophets of a new elemental age, yet the eye's influence touched each of them in their moment of greatest vulnerability, planting seeds that would grow into world-shaking ambition. In the storm-lashed peaks of the Howling Hills, where the wind never ceased its mournful song, there dwelt a young woman whose beauty was matched only by her rage at the cruel indifference of fate. Arisi Kalinath had been born to privilege and promise, raised in a noble house that commanded both wealth and respect. Her childhood had been filled with music and laughter, her adolescence bright with the prospect of a future filled with love and purpose. She was to marry a prince, to bear children who would strengthen the bonds between kingdoms, to live a life that poets would celebrate for generations. But the winds of fortune, as Arisi learned too late, recognized no earthly authority. On the eve of her wedding, a terrible storm arose, not the natural tempest that mortal weather-seers might predict and prepare for, but something far more primal and purposeful. The gale that struck her family's estate carried within it the echoes of elemental fury. When it passed, it left behind only ruins and corpses. Her betrothed, her family, her entire future, all swept away, as if they had never been more than leaves before an autumn wind. Irisi survived, but survival without purpose is perhaps the cruelest fate of all. In her grief and fury, she climbed the highest peak she could find, and screamed her rage at the empty sky, demanding answers from whatever powers might be listening. The wind that answered her carried more than sound. It brought whispers of ancient truth, the first subtle touch of the eye's influence, reaching out to a soul primed for corruption. The voice that spoke to her in that moment promised not comfort, but understanding. It revealed to her the secret that the wind had always known, that all the beautiful, delicate things mortals cherished were destined to be scattered, and that only by embracing this truth could one find real power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the elemental plane of water, another soul was discovering the price of forbidden knowledge. Gar Shatterkeel had not been born to nobility or privilege, but to the harsh life of a sailor who earned his bread by wresting sustenance from the reluctant sea. His early years were spent learning the rhythms of tide and storm, developing an intuitive understanding of water's many moods that few landlubbers could match. But Gar possessed something beyond mere seamanship, a scholar's mind trapped in a working man's body, a hunger for understanding that the simple life of nets and sails could never satisfy. His transformation began when a storm drove his ship far from familiar waters, into a region where the barrier between the material world and the elemental plane of water grew thin. In those treacherous seas, where waves rose high as mountains and the very water seemed to pulse with alien intelligence, Gar experienced a revelation that shattered his understanding of reality. He saw beneath the surface of the ocean to its true nature, not merely water, but the primordial force from which all life had emerged, and to which it must inevitably return. The vision nearly drowned him, but in drowning, he found a new kind of breathing. The water that should have filled his lungs instead filled his mind with impossible knowledge, teaching him secrets that no mortal was meant to know. He learned that the division between water and air was artificial, that breathing and drowning were merely different names for the same essential process. Most importantly, he understood that the peace he had glimpsed in those moments of near death was the natural state of all existence, a peace that could only be achieved when the struggle to remain separate from the primordial waters finally ended. When Gar returned to the surface world, he was no longer the simple sailor who had departed. His shipmates found him changed, his eyes holding depths that reflected no earthly light, his voice carrying the sound of distant tides even when he spoke on dry land. He began to preach a new philosophy to any who would listen, teaching that life was merely a temporary aberration in water's eternal flow, and that true wisdom lay in learning to drown while still drawing breath. Far from the wind-torn peaks and drowning seas, in the volcanic heart of the smoking mountains, the third prophet was learning lessons written in fire and pain. Vanifer had been born to a family of master smiths, her childhood spent in the glow of forge fire and the ring of hammer on anvil. From her earliest years, She had shown an affinity for flame that went beyond mere skill. Fire seemed to recognize her as kin, burning hotter and cleaner at her touch, responding to her will in ways that made even experienced smiths marvel. But Vanifer's gift came with a price that revealed itself only as she matured. The fire that loved her so dearly was jealous of any affection she might show to others. Those who grew close to her found themselves victims of inexplicable accidents. Forge fires that leaped from their proper boundaries, heated metal that seared flesh with the slightest contact, sparks that found their way to oil and tinder with uncanny frequency. One by one, everyone she cared about suffered burns that left them scarred in body and spirit, until she found herself alone with only the flames for company. In her isolation, Vanifer began to hear the fire's true voice, and the words it spoke were both terrible and beautiful. It told her that love was indeed a kind of burning, but that mortals had forgotten how to burn properly. They tried to contain their passions within the narrow bounds of marriage and friendship, never understanding that true love demanded complete consumption. The fire promised to teach her a better way, to love so completely that beloved and lover became one in the ecstasy of burning, never again to suffer the pain of separation. The fourth prophet's corruption took a different path, born not of sudden trauma, but of slow, grinding despair. Marlos Ornrail had been a scholar of rare dedication, spending his life in pursuit of knowledge that seemed always to slip just beyond his grasp. His studies focused on the deepest mysteries of creation, how the world had been formed from primal chaos, how order had been imposed upon the fundamental randomness of existence, how the delicate balance between opposing forces maintained the stability that allowed life to flourish. But the more Marlos learned, the more he began to perceive the fragility of everything he had spent his life trying to understand. The ordered world that mortals took for granted was revealed to be nothing more than a thin shell over an abyss of chaos, held together by forces that were themselves slowly weakening with each passing age. His research led him to forbidden texts and ancient prophecies that spoke of the time when the shell would crack, and the underlying chaos would reclaim what had always rightfully belonged to it. The weight of this knowledge pressed down upon Marlos, like the crushing force of the deep earth itself. He began to spend more and more time in underground chambers and caverns, seeking solace in the embrace of stone and soil. In those depths he encountered entities older than recorded history, elemental beings that had witnessed the first binding of the elder elemental eye, and remembered the glory of the primal chaos that had preceded all order. These ancient voices spoke to Marlos of the comfort that could be found in surrender, in accepting the inevitable return to the primordial state from which all things had emerged. They showed him visions of a world where the struggle to maintain separateness had finally ended, where all beings had found peace in the universal embrace of Earth that buried all distinctions and made all equal in the democracy of decay. As each of these four souls descended deeper into their respective obsessions, they began to experience dreams that linked them across vast distances. In sleep, Irisi found herself walking through drowned cities, while Dar's voice whispered of the peace that lay beneath the waves. Dar dreamed of flames that burned underwater, while Vanifer's laughter echoed through liquid corridors. Vanifer saw herself buried alive, while Marlos spoke tenderly of the earth's patient love, and Marlos dreamed of being scattered by winds that carried Irisi's songs of beautiful destruction. These shared visions were the eye's gift to its chosen servants, a way of binding them together in purpose even before they met in flesh. Each dream revealed new aspects of the great work they were destined to undertake, showing them how their individual elements could be woven together into a symphony of cosmic undoing. They learned that air was meant to scatter, water to drown, fire to consume, and earth to bury, but that when working in harmony, these forces could accomplish something far greater than mere destruction. The eye's whispers grew stronger as the four prophets embraced their elemental natures more completely. It began to reveal to them the true scope of their destiny, showing them visions of ancient temples where the barriers between the elemental planes and the material world could be torn open permanently. It spoke of artifacts of immense power that had been hidden away since the primordial age, weapons that could channel the pure essence of elemental chaos into the ordered world. Each prophet was guided to their particular instrument of power through visions and synchronicities that seemed like fortune, but were actually the result of the eye's careful orchestration. Arisi was led to Windvane, an ancient weapon that could summon hurricanes with a gesture. Gar discovered Drown, a trident that could call forth floods and tsunamis from the smallest puddle. Vanifer claimed Tinder Strike, a dagger that burned with the fire of creation itself, and Marlos unearthed Ironfang, a warpick that could cause earthquakes and open chasms to the world's molten heart. As they claimed these artifacts, the prophets felt the full weight of their destiny settling upon them. They were no longer merely individuals pursuing their own twisted enlightenment, but components in a vast machine designed to remake reality according to the eye's ancient vision. The weapons they wielded were not just tools but extensions of their elemental natures, allowing them to channel forces that normally required decades of study and preparation. With power came purpose, and with purpose came the first stirrings of organization. The eye began to guide its prophets toward one another, orchestrating meetings that seemed accidental, but were actually part of a careful plan to unite them in their great work. When they finally stood together for the first time, in a cavern deep beneath the earth, where all four elements met and mingled, they recognized in each other kindred spirits who had walked similar paths of revelation and transformation. Their first council was both a celebration and a ceremony, a recognition of how far they had come, and a commitment to the work that lay ahead. They spoke of their visions and shared their understanding of the eye's teachings, finding in their combined knowledge a completeness that none had possessed alone. Irisi's mastery of wind complemented Gar's command of water, while Vanifer's control of fire balanced Marlos's dominion over earth. But more than their elemental abilities, what united the four prophets was their shared understanding of the fundamental truth the eye had revealed to them: that the ordered world was a lie, that chaos was the natural state of existence, and that they had been chosen to serve as agents of cosmic correction. They saw themselves not as destroyers but as liberators, freeing reality from the artificial constraints that the gods had imposed upon it. From that first meeting, the prophets began to lay the groundwork for cults that would serve their elemental masters while advancing the greater cause of the elder elemental eye. Each would focus on gathering followers who shared their particular elemental affinity, building organizations that could operate independently while remaining connected to the larger purpose. They established secret communications networks, developed recruitment strategies, and began the long work of identifying the ancient temple sites where their final rituals would take place. The cults they founded were masterpieces of manipulation and indoctrination, designed to appeal to different types of spiritual seekers while gradually leading them toward acceptance of the eye's ultimate vision. Arisi's cult of the Howling hatred attracted those who felt trapped by social conventions and yearned for the freedom of the open sky. Gar's cult of the crushing wave drew in sailors and coastal dwellers who had seen the ocean's power and wanted to understand its deeper mysteries. Vanifer's cult of the eternal flame appealed to smiths, alchemists, and others who worked with fire and sought to comprehend its transformative power. Marlos's cult of the Black Earth found followers among miners, builders, and scholars who sensed the ancient secrets buried in stone and soil. Each cult developed its own rituals and practices, but all shared certain common elements that reflected the eye's influence. New initiates were taught to see their chosen element not as a tool to be used, but as a teacher to be revered, a source of wisdom that could guide them toward enlightenment. They learned that the boundaries between elements were artificial constructs that limited understanding, and that true mastery required embracing the chaos that lay beneath apparent order. As the cults grew in size and influence, the prophets began to implement the next phase of their plan: the corruption of strategic locations throughout the realms. They identified places where the barriers between planes were already thin, sites of ancient power that could be turned to serve the eye's purposes. Working with their most trusted followers, they established hidden shrines and conducted rituals designed to weaken the cosmic barriers that kept elemental chaos in check. The work was slow and painstaking, requiring years of careful preparation and absolute secrecy. The prophets understood that premature exposure would bring down the wrath of established powers before their preparations were complete. They moved like shadows within the shadows, building their strength while maintaining the appearance of harmless religious movements or philosophical societies. Yet even as they worked in secret, the prophets' activities began to have subtle effects on the world around them. Weather patterns shifted in ways that meteorologists could not explain. Earthquakes struck in regions that had never known seismic activity. Fires burned longer and hotter than they should have, while floods appeared in areas that had been dry for centuries. Those sensitive to magical emanations began to report disturbances in the fundamental forces that governed reality. The signs were there for those who knew how to read them, but the truth was almost too vast and terrible for mortal minds to comprehend. 4 individuals, each nursing their own private wound, had become conduits for a force that sought nothing less than the complete transformation of existence itself. Their rise to power was not the result of sudden revelation, but of gradual corruption, a slow process of seduction that had turned their greatest strengths into instruments of cosmic destruction. And still they remained convinced of their righteousness, these 4 prophets of elemental apocalypse. They believed themselves to be healers rather than destroyers, seeing their work as a mercy that would free all beings from the burden of maintaining their artificial separateness from the primordial chaos. In their eyes, the ordered world was a prison that kept souls trapped in cycles of suffering and struggle, and they were the liberators who would finally set everyone free. Thus we see how noble intentions can become the foundation for ultimate evil, how the desire to heal the world's wounds can lead to inflicting far greater injuries. The 4 prophets remind us that the most dangerous enemies are often those who believe themselves to be saviors, for they pursue their destructive goals with the fervor of true believers and the clarity of absolute conviction. In their rise, we witness the terrible alchemy by which personal pain is transformed into cosmic threat, and individual brilliance becomes the servant of universal darkness. Chapter 3: Seeds of Destruction. There is a particular malevolence to corruption that spreads through seemingly innocent means, infiltrating the very foundations of order with such subtlety that its presence is felt only when the damage has already been done. Like a disease that mimics health while hollowing out its host from within, the most effective evil often wears the mask of improvement, promising to heal what it actually seeks to destroy. The 4 prophets of elemental chaos understood his principle with crystalline clarity, and in the years following their dark covenant, they began a campaign of infiltration so gradual and so carefully orchestrated that even those who fell victim to it remained unaware of their fate until the moment of their final corruption. The seeds of destruction were not planted with dramatic rituals or obvious displays of power, but through the far more insidious method of answering genuine needs with tainted solutions. Across the realms, communities struggled with the eternal challenges that had plagued mortal civilization since its inception: failed harvests, devastating storms, persistent droughts, and the countless other ways in which the natural world seemed to work against the best efforts of those who sought to live in harmony with it. To these suffering peoples, the elemental cults came not as conquerors but as helpers, offering aid that seemed too welcome to refuse and too effective to question. Arisi Kalanoth's followers were among the first to establish this pattern of beneficial corruption. They appeared in farming communities that had suffered from unpredictable weather patterns, presenting themselves as a brotherhood of wind speakers who had learned to read the sky's moods with unprecedented accuracy. Their predictions proved remarkably reliable, allowing farmers to plant and harvest at precisely the right moments to maximize their yields. Grateful communities welcomed these helpful strangers, offering them shelter and sustenance in return for their invaluable services. What the farmers could not perceive was the true nature of the accuracy their benefactors displayed. The cultists did not merely predict the weather, they subtly influenced it, using their growing connection to the elemental plane of air to nudge storm systems and wind patterns in directions that served their purposes. Each successful prediction strengthened the community's dependence on their guidance, while each intervention weakened the natural barriers that kept elemental chaos in check. The cult's weatherworking began small and seemingly beneficial. A gentle breeze to dry crops threatened by unexpected rain, a timely shift in wind direction to spare a village from wildfire, a favorable gust to fill the sails of fishing boats returning home with their catch. But with each act of apparent kindness, the cultists pushed their elemental manipulations a little further, testing the boundaries of what they could accomplish without arousing suspicion. As seasons passed, the communities that had welcomed the wind speakers found themselves unable to function without their intervention. Farmers who had once read the sky with their own inherited wisdom now waited helplessly for the cultists to tell them when to plant and when to harvest. Weather patterns became increasingly erratic in regions where the cult had not yet established a presence, creating a contrast that made their controlled territories seem like islands of stability in a sea of meteorological chaos. The cult's influence spread along trade routes and through family connections, as grateful farmers shared word of the miraculous weather workers with relatives and business partners in distant communities. Each new territory that welcomed the wind speakers represented another node in a growing network of elemental corruption, another crack in the barriers that kept the chaotic winds of the outer planes from bleeding through into the ordered world. Meanwhile, Gar Shatterkeel's disciples were establishing their own patterns of beneficial subversion in coastal regions and along major waterways. They appeared as a religious order dedicated to the protection of sailors and fishermen, offering blessed charms that would ensure safe passage through treacherous waters and rituals that promised to calm storms and tame hostile seas. Their interventions proved remarkably effective, reducing shipwrecks and drownings in the areas where they operated to virtually nothing. The cult's apparent mastery over water's destructive potential made them welcome in every port and fishing village along the coast. Ship captains competed to secure their blessing before embarking on dangerous voyages, while coastal communities built shrines in their honor and incorporated their rituals into local festivals. The cult's priests were invited to bless new vessels at their launching and to conduct ceremonies at the sites of maritime disasters, gradually establishing themselves as indispensable guardians against the sea's capricious moods. But like their air-focused counterparts, the water cult's protective powers came with a hidden cost. Each ritual they performed created tiny fractures in the boundary between the material world and the elemental plane of water, allowing traces of primordial chaos to seep through, like moisture through hairline cracks in a dam. The blessed charms they distributed contained fragments of elemental essence that slowly attuned their bearers to the cult's growing influence, making them more susceptible to the whispered promises of peace beneath the waves. The cult's most insidious work involved the corruption of water sources themselves. Under the guise of purification rituals, they introduced trace amounts of elemental water into wells, rivers, and lakes throughout their territories. The contamination was too subtle to be detected by conventional means, but it created a network of corruption that spread with every flowing stream and every sip taken by unsuspecting villagers. Those who regularly consumed the tainted water found themselves experiencing unusually vivid dreams of drowning that left them feeling strangely peaceful rather than terrified. Vanifer's followers pursued a different but equally effective strategy, establishing themselves as master craftsmen whose skill with forge and flame surpassed anything the local smiths and artisans could achieve. They appeared in mining towns and manufacturing centers, offering to share techniques that could produce stronger steel, purer gold, and more durable glass than traditional methods allowed. Their demonstrations of superior craftsmanship made them welcome in guilds and workshops throughout the region. The cult's apparent mastery of fire-based crafts attracted apprentices eager to learn their secrets, providing a steady stream of recruits who could be gradually indoctrinated into the deeper mysteries of elemental flame. The techniques they taught were indeed superior to conventional methods, but they required the use of fires that burned at temperatures and with colors that no natural flame should possess. Each workshop that adopted their methods became a nexus of elemental corruption, a place where the barrier between the material world and the plane of fire grew progressively thinner. The cult's master craftsmen also introduced new alloys and compounds that incorporated trace amounts of elemental fire essence, creating tools and weapons that performed better than their conventional counterparts, while slowly corrupting their users. Farmers who used cult-forged plowshares found their fields more fertile than ever before, but the enhanced growth came at the cost of soil that grew increasingly hot to the touch. Soldiers who carried cult-made weapons discovered they could cut through armor with ease, but they also found themselves becoming more aggressive and prone to violence with each battle. The fire cult's most ambitious project involved the establishment of a network of enhanced forges throughout the mining regions, each one designed to tap into the deep heat of the Earth's core, while ostensibly serving the practical purpose of smelting ore and crafting goods. These installations were presented as innovations that would revolutionize local industry, providing jobs and prosperity for entire communities. What the communities could not see was that each forge served as a conduit for elemental fire, gradually heating the surrounding earth and creating zones where the plane of fire's influence could take hold. Marlos Urnrail's Earth Cult adopted perhaps the most pragmatic approach to beneficial corruption, focusing on the improvement of agriculture and construction through superior understanding of soil and stone. They appeared as agricultural consultants who could diagnose and cure problems with crop yields, and as builders who could erect structures of unprecedented durability using innovative techniques that maximized the strength of local materials. The cult's agricultural expertise proved invaluable to farming communities struggling with depleted soils and declining harvests. Their soil enhancement techniques produced dramatic improvements in crop yields, while their water management systems prevented both drought and flooding with remarkable effectiveness. Grateful farmers adopted their methods with enthusiasm, never suspecting that the fertility they gained came from the gradual introduction of elemental earth essence into their fields. The cult's construction projects were equally impressive, creating buildings and infrastructure that seemed to grow organically from the earth itself rather than being imposed upon it. Their techniques allowed for the construction of foundations that would never shift or settle, walls that would stand against any earthquake, and tunnels that remained stable even in the most challenging geological conditions. Communities that employed their services found themselves with infrastructure that surpassed anything available in neighboring regions. But the cult's enhancements came with a price that manifested over time as a gradual darkening of the earth itself. Soil treated with their techniques became increasingly dense and dark, while plants grown in it developed root systems that reached far deeper than normal, creating underground networks that served as conduits for elemental influence. Buildings constructed using their methods settled into the earth more completely than their architects intended, becoming so integrated with the ground beneath them that they seemed less like structures and more like natural formations. The Earth Cult's most significant achievement was the creation of a vast underground network that connected their various construction projects across multiple regions. Presented as a system of root cellars, storage caverns, and mining tunnels designed to improve commerce and resource management, this network actually served as a massive ritual circle that channeled elemental earth power across hundreds of miles. Each new tunnel or cavern added to the network's capacity, while the movement of goods and people through the system helped spread the cult's influence to new areas. As the four cults expanded their influence through these seemingly beneficial activities, they began to coordinate their efforts in ways that were subtle but profoundly effective. Communities that had welcomed one cult found themselves being approached by others, creating regions where multiple forms of elemental corruption operated simultaneously. A farming town that relied on the air cult for weather management might also employ the earth cult's agricultural techniques, while a coastal city protected by the water cult's rituals might import goods crafted using the fire cult's enhanced methods. The interaction between different types of elemental corruption created synergistic effects that accelerated the breakdown of natural barriers. Air-influenced weather patterns interacted with fire-enhanced forges to create atmospheric disturbances that no meteorologist could explain. Water tainted with elemental essence flowing through earth cult construction projects created underground currents that carried corruption across vast distances. The seemingly separate activities of the four cults were gradually weaving a web of elemental chaos that spanned entire regions. The cult's coordination extended beyond mere geographical expansion to include the careful cultivation of political and social influence. They identified key leaders, merchants, and scholars in each community and worked to make themselves indispensable to these influential figures. A lord whose lands prospered under cult guidance became an advocate for their expansion into neighboring territories. A merchant whose goods improved through cult-enhanced crafting techniques became a distributor of their influence along trade routes. A scholar who gained access to cult knowledge became a source of seemingly authoritative information that validated their claims and methods. Perhaps most insidiously, the cults began to corrupt the very institutions that should have been capable of detecting and countering their influence. They infiltrated temples by offering their services to improve religious ceremonies, enhancing the dramatic impact of rituals with subtle elemental effects that made congregations more receptive to their message. They gained access to magical academies by sharing techniques that produced superior results, gradually introducing elemental theory into curricula that had previously focused on balanced magical practice. The corruption of educational institutions proved particularly effective, as it allowed the cults to shape the understanding of an entire generation of young mages and scholars. Students who learned to incorporate elemental techniques into their spellcasting found themselves achieving results that surpassed their peers, creating a competitive pressure that encouraged the adoption of cult methods throughout the magical community. Teachers who initially resisted these innovations found themselves forced to embrace them or risk being left behind as their students achieved successes they could not match using traditional methods. The cults also worked to corrupt the flow of information itself, establishing networks of scribes, messengers, and chroniclers who could shape how events were recorded and reported. News of natural disasters in regions that had not adopted cult methods was emphasized and exaggerated, while reports of prosperity in cult-influenced territories were highlighted and spread widely. Gradually, public perception shifted to favor the elemental cult's approach as the obvious solution to problems that seemed to be growing worse everywhere they were not present. The sacred sites and places of power that had traditionally served as focal points for protective magic became particular targets for cult infiltration. They approached the guardians of these sites with offers to enhance their defensive capabilities through elemental techniques, presenting their methods as improvements upon existing protective rituals rather than replacements for them. Sacred groves found their guardian druids accepting fire cult assistance in managing controlled burns that enhanced forest health. Mountain shrines welcomed earth cult expertise in reinforcing their foundations against rock slides and avalanches. Each successful infiltration of a sacred site represented a major victory for the elemental cults, as these locations often served as crucial nodes in the magical networks that maintained regional stability. By corrupting the very places that were supposed to serve as bastions against chaos, the cults were able to turn the existing magical infrastructure to their own purposes, using it to spread their influence rather than contain it. The natural world itself began to respond to the growing presence of elemental corruption, but in ways that often seemed beneficial rather than alarming. Regions under cult influence experienced more dramatic but more predictable weather patterns, making them seem more dynamic and alive than neighboring areas. Wildlife in these regions appeared healthier and more abundant, as elemental enhancement made plants more nutritious and water sources more pure. The corruption was working its way through entire ecosystems, creating a new form of natural balance that served the cult's purposes while appearing to be an improvement upon what had come before. As years passed, and the cult's influence continued to expand, the seeds of destruction they had planted began to mature into something far more dangerous than mere corruption. The accumulated weight of thousands of small compromises and tiny infiltrations was approaching a critical threshold, beyond which the barrier between the elemental planes and the material world would be too weakened to maintain. What had begun as apparently beneficial assistance to struggling communities was revealing itself to be the foundation of an apocalyptic transformation that would remake reality according to the Elder Elemental Eye's ancient vision. Yet still the communities that had welcomed the cults remained largely unaware of their true fate. The prosperity they enjoyed seemed genuine, the improvements to their lives appeared real, and the gradual changes in their environment felt like natural evolution rather than artificial corruption. They had become willing participants in their own transformation, seduced by benefits that masked the price they would ultimately be required to pay. Thus we see how evil achieves its greatest victories, not through obvious conquest, but through the patient corruption of good intentions, turning the very desire for improvement into an instrument of destruction. The elemental cults remind us that the most dangerous seductions are those that offer real benefits in exchange for compromises so small they seem insignificant, until the accumulated weight of countless tiny surrenders reveals itself to be the foundation of ultimate defeat. Chapter 4. The Delegation's Fate. In the grand theater of history, certain events serve as harbingers of larger catastrophes, single moments whose significance extends far beyond their immediate circumstances, to herald the approach of transformative darkness. Often these pivotal incidents appear unremarkable at first glance. A delayed caravan, a missed appointment, a group of travelers who simply fail to arrive at their destination. Yet beneath such mundane surfaces can lie the first visible crack in the foundation of an ordered world, the initial sign that forces long held in check are beginning to stir with malevolent purpose. The disappearance of the Mirabar delegation would prove to be precisely such a moment, a seemingly minor disruption in the normal flow of commerce and diplomacy that actually marked the beginning of the elemental cult's transition from patient infiltration to active aggression. The delegation itself represented everything that the emerging cults despised about the ordered world. A careful balance of competing interests held together by mutual benefit, diplomatic necessity, and the fragile understanding that cooperation served everyone's purposes better than conflict. Mirabar, the great mining city of the north, had for generations maintained its prosperity through a complex web of trade agreements, political alliances, and carefully negotiated accords with the various powers that controlled the routes between the mines and their markets. The delegation that set forth in the early days of what would become known as the Season of Sorrows was tasked with renewing and expanding these essential relationships. Leading this diplomatic mission was Teresiel, a woman whose very presence embodied the virtues that had made Mirabar's peaceful prosperity possible. Born to a family of minor merchants, she had risen through the ranks of the city's diplomatic corps through a combination of genuine skill, unwavering integrity, and the rare ability to find common ground between parties who seemed to have nothing in common. Her appointment to head this particular delegation had been seen as a sign that Mirabar was taking the mission seriously, sending their most capable negotiator to handle relationships that were crucial to the city's continued success. Accompanying Teresiel were 4 other individuals, each representing different aspects of Mirabar's interests, and each chosen for their specific expertise in the matters the delegation was expected to address. Rahundorth, a dwarf of considerable age and experience, served as the group's military advisor and represented the city's security concerns. His presence was meant to demonstrate that Mirabar took seriously the growing reports of banditry and unrest along the trade routes, and that they were prepared to contribute to collective defense efforts if necessary. Desina, a half-elf with extensive experience in magical affairs, had been included to address the increasingly complex supernatural challenges that seemed to be affecting commerce throughout the region. Her role was to assess the magical resources available to protect trade caravans and to negotiate agreements for mutual assistance in dealing with supernatural threats that no single community could handle alone. The delegation also included Olaine Pattershield, whose expertise in matters of trade and logistics made him invaluable for negotiating the practical details of expanded commerce agreements. His mind was filled with the intricate knowledge of shipping schedules, cargo capacities, and seasonal variations that formed the invisible foundation upon which visible prosperity was built. Finally, there was Brother Earden, a priest whose presence served both practical and symbolic purposes. Practically, he could provide healing and spiritual support for the delegation during their travels. Symbolically, his inclusion demonstrated Mirabar's commitment to maintaining the moral and ethical standards that had earned them the trust of their trading partners. The delegation's intended route would take them to several key settlements, including Red Larch, a modest but strategically important way station that served as a hub for smaller communities throughout the region. Red Larch had grown prosperous in recent years by positioning itself as a place where travelers could rest and resupply, while navigating the increasingly complex network of trade routes that connected the great cities of the north. The town's leaders had specifically requested a meeting with Mirabar's representatives to discuss expanded cooperation and mutual defense agreements. What the delegation could not have known as they set forth from Mirabar's gates was that their route had been chosen for them by forces far more malevolent than the simple considerations of efficiency and safety that appeared to govern their travel plans. The elemental cults had been monitoring Mirabar's diplomatic activities for months, identifying key figures whose disappearance would create maximum disruption, while drawing attention away from their own activities. The delegation represented a perfect target, important enough that their disappearance would cause significant concern, but small enough that their fate could be concealed without the massive search efforts that would follow the loss of a major military force or noble entourage. The initial stages of the delegation's journey proceeded without incident, following established routes and maintaining the schedules that had been coordinated with their intended hosts. They passed through several small communities where their arrival was noted, and their passage recorded by local officials who took seriously their responsibility to track the movement of important travelers. For the first several days, everything proceeded exactly as planned, with regular reports being sent back to Mirabar confirming that the delegation was on schedule and encountering no significant difficulties. The first sign that something was amiss came not from any dramatic event, but from the absence of an expected arrival. When the delegation failed to reach Red Larch on the appointed day, the town's leaders initially assumed that some minor delay had extended their journey, perhaps difficult weather, a lame horse, or a brief detour to address some unexpected business. Such delays were common enough that no immediate alarm was raised, and the townspeople simply adjusted their preparations and waited for the delegation to appear. But as days passed without word from the missing travelers, concern began to replace mere inconvenience. Messages sent back along the delegation's route failed to locate them at any of the stopping points where they should have been. Search parties dispatched from Red Larch found clear evidence of the delegation's passage through the early stages of their route, but the trail seemed to vanish completely at a point roughly 2 days' travel from the town. The disappearance had been orchestrated with meticulous care by agents of multiple elemental cults working in coordination for the first time. Rather than employing a single dramatic ambush that might leave obvious evidence of foul play, they had constructed an elaborate trap that would make the delegation's fate appear to be the result of natural disaster rather than deliberate action. The site chosen for the operation was a remote valley where the trail passed between steep cliffs that channeled travelers through a narrow corridor with limited options for escape or evasion. The attack itself was a masterpiece of elemental coordination that demonstrated how far the cults had progressed in their ability to work together. Earth cult operatives had spent weeks preparing the site, weakening key sections of the cliff faces and creating hidden chambers where water cult members could remain concealed. Fire cult agents had positioned themselves to create controlled blazes that would appear to be lightning strikes, while air cult followers prepared to summon winds that would seem like natural storm patterns, but would actually serve to disorient and separate the delegation members. When the delegation entered the prepared kill zone, the assault began with what appeared to be a sudden and severe thunderstorm. Lightning struck with unusual frequency and precision, starting fires that spread with unnatural speed despite the rain that accompanied the storm. The winds that howled through the valley created confusion and made communication impossible, while the sudden deluge turned the normally passable trail into a treacherous mudslide. As the delegation struggled to find shelter and maintain their cohesion in the face of what seemed like an unusually severe but still natural storm, the real attack began. Cultists emerged from concealed positions, their faces masked and their identities hidden, moving with the coordination of forces that had planned this operation in meticulous detail. But rather than simply overwhelming their targets through superior numbers, the cultists sought to capture rather than kill, intending to extract information that would be valuable for future operations. Tiresiel, despite being caught completely off guard by the assault, demonstrated the leadership qualities that had earned her the delegation appointment by attempting to organize a defense and protect her companions. But the coordination between different elemental forces made effective resistance nearly impossible. Earth-based attacks that opened chasms beneath their feet were followed by air-powered winds that prevented them from reaching safety, while fire and water were used in combination to create steam clouds that obscured vision and made breathing difficult. The capture of the delegation members was accomplished through a combination of physical overpowering and magical compulsion, with each cult contributing specialized techniques to ensure that their prisoners could be subdued without permanent injury. The operation had been designed from the beginning to leave the delegation members alive, but helpless, available for interrogation, and potentially for use in future rituals that would require living subjects rather than mere corpses. Once the delegation had been secured, the cultists implemented the second phase of their plan, the creation of a crime scene that would misdirect any subsequent investigation. Using their elemental powers, they triggered a genuine rock slide that buried most evidence of the struggle, making it appear that the delegation had been caught in a natural disaster rather than a deliberate ambush. The storm they had summoned was allowed to continue long enough to wash away tracks and disperse any remaining traces of the cultists' presence. The delegation members themselves were transported to a hidden facility that had been prepared specifically for high-value prisoners, a complex of natural and artificial caverns that had been enhanced through earth cult techniques to be virtually undetectable from the surface. The location had been chosen for its isolation and its proximity to sites that would eventually serve as major cult strongholds, allowing the prisoners to be moved easily when the time came for their final disposition. The interrogation of the delegation proceeded over many weeks, conducted with a sophistication that reflected the cult's growing understanding of psychological manipulation and magical compulsion, rather than employing crude torture that might damage their subjects' minds beyond usefulness. The cultists used a combination of elemental influences and carefully designed psychological pressure to gradually break down their prisoners' resistance. Each cult contributed its own specialized techniques, creating a comprehensive program that attacked the delegation members' sense of identity, purpose, and hope. Tiresiel proved the most resistant to the cultists' efforts, her natural strength of character and diplomatic training providing some protection against the psychological assault. But even she was not immune to the gradual erosion of will that resulted from prolonged exposure to elemental corruption combined with the systematic destruction of everything she had believed about the world's fundamental stability. The cultists were particularly interested in extracting from her detailed information about Mirabar's defensive capabilities, trade relationships, and political alliances. The information extracted from the delegation during their captivity proved invaluable for the cult's future operations, providing them with detailed intelligence about the very systems of cooperation and mutual support that posed the greatest threat to their plans for regional destabilization. They learned about communication networks that would need to be disrupted, about key individuals whose elimination would create maximum chaos, and about defensive preparations that would need to be countered when the time came for open conflict. But perhaps even more important than the intelligence they gathered was the psychological impact that the delegation's disappearance had on the broader political landscape. The failure of such a high-profile diplomatic mission created ripples of anxiety and suspicion that spread far beyond the immediate parties involved. Trade agreements that had seemed secure suddenly appeared fragile, and defensive alliances that had provided reassurance began to seem inadequate in the face of threats that could strike without warning or apparent motive. The investigation into the delegation's disappearance consumed enormous resources and attention, drawing focus away from the subtle signs of cult infiltration that were becoming more evident in communities throughout the region. Search efforts that should have been directed toward identifying and countering elemental corruption were instead concentrated on finding traces of the missing diplomats, allowing the cults to continue their work with reduced scrutiny and interference. The various theories that emerged to explain the delegation's fate reflected the confusion and misdirection that the cultists had worked so carefully to create. Some investigators concluded that the group had fallen victim to natural disaster, citing the evidence of rock slides and severe weather in the area where they had vanished. Others suspected banditry, pointing to the increasing reports of criminal activity along trade routes. A few suggested supernatural involvement, but their theories focused on random monsters or hostile magic rather than the organized elemental conspiracy that was actually responsible. As months passed without any resolution to the mystery, the delegation's fate became a symbol of the growing uncertainty that seemed to be affecting every aspect of life in the region. Communities that had once felt secure in their isolation began to demand greater protection, while established powers found themselves forced to divert resources toward defensive measures rather than the economic development that had been their primary focus. The cultists, meanwhile, continued to hold their prisoners while extracting every possible piece of useful information from them. The delegation members were gradually broken down through a combination of physical hardship, psychological manipulation, and exposure to elemental corruption that slowly but inexorably altered their fundamental nature. The process was designed not merely to extract information, but to transform the prisoners into potential assets for future operations. The fate that ultimately befell each delegation member reflected the particular interests and methods of the cult that took primary responsibility for their conversion. Teresiel, whose diplomatic skills and knowledge of political networks made her particularly valuable, was subjected to an intensive program of elemental corruption designed to transform her into an agent who could operate within existing power structures while serving the cult's interests. The process was slow and careful, preserving her apparent personality and abilities, while gradually redirecting her loyalties toward the elemental cause. The other delegation members met fates that were equally tragic but differently tailored to their individual characteristics and potential usefulness. Some were transformed into agents who could infiltrate specific organizations, while others were prepared for use in rituals that would advance the cult's ultimate goals. In every case, the process involved the systematic destruction of everything that had made them who they were, replacing their original identities with carefully constructed facades that would serve the elemental cause. The delegation's disappearance marked a crucial turning point in the elemental cult's campaign, representing their first major act of open aggression against the established order, while simultaneously demonstrating their ability to coordinate complex operations across multiple cult organizations. The success of the operation provided both practical benefits in terms of intelligence gathered and strategic advantages in terms of the confusion and misdirection it created among their opponents. Yet perhaps the most significant impact of the delegation's fate was the way it served as a proof of concept for the cultists' vision of how reality itself could be reshaped through the systematic application of elemental power. The operation demonstrated that careful planning combined with elemental abilities could overcome any purely mundane defense, no matter how well prepared or expertly led. It showed that the foundations of civilized society were far more fragile than most people realized, vulnerable to forces that operated according to principles beyond normal human understanding. Thus we see how a single act of coordinated malevolence can serve as both a tactical victory and a strategic revelation, demonstrating not only what evil can accomplish, but also exposing the vulnerabilities that make such accomplishments possible. The delegation's fate reminds us that the most sophisticated achievements of civilization rest ultimately upon assumptions of natural order and predictable behavior that can be shattered by those who understand how to harness chaos itself as a weapon against stability. Chapter 5. Unveiled, Conspiracies. Truth has a peculiar quality that distinguishes it from all the comfortable lies mortals tell themselves to make existence bearable. It demands acknowledgement even when acceptance would destroy everything one believed about the nature of reality. There comes a moment in every great crisis when the careful facades that evil has constructed to mask its operations begin to crumble, not through any single dramatic revelation, but through the accumulation of evidence, so overwhelming that even the most determined denial can no longer hold against it. For those brave or foolish enough to investigate the growing pattern of disturbances that plagued the lands in the wake of the delegation's disappearance, such a moment was approaching with the inexorability of a gathering storm. The heroes who would ultimately uncover the truth behind the elemental conspiracy came from backgrounds as diverse as the communities that had already fallen under cult influence, yet they shared certain qualities that made them uniquely suited to perceive connections that others had missed or chosen to ignore. They possessed the combination of competence and curiosity that allowed them to survive encounters that had claimed the lives of less capable investigators, along with the moral courage necessary to pursue dangerous truths, even when doing so placed them in mortal peril. Their investigation began not with any grand revelation, but with the patient accumulation of seemingly unrelated anomalies, each one insignificant by itself, but part of a larger pattern that gradually became impossible to dismiss. Reports of unusual weather phenomena in regions that had previously experienced stable climates, accounts of mining accidents that seemed to follow patterns too precise to be coincidental, stories of beneficial strangers whose help came at prices that only became apparent after their departure, testimonies from survivors of disasters who described events that defied conventional explanation. The first breakthrough came when the heroes recognized that many of these seemingly random incidents were connected by the presence of particular individuals or groups who appeared at multiple sites, always offering assistance and always departing before the full consequences of their intervention became apparent. The pattern suggested coordination on a scale that went far beyond the capabilities of ordinary criminals or even traditional hostile organizations. Someone was orchestrating events across vast distances and extended time periods, manipulating circumstances with a sophistication that implied both extensive resources and intimate knowledge of the targets they sought to influence. As the heroes delved deeper into their investigation, they began to encounter evidence of the elemental cult's activities that had been carefully concealed but not completely erased. Hidden shrines tucked away in remote locations where the barriers between planes had been deliberately weakened. Ritual sites where the ground itself had been permanently altered by exposure to elemental forces. Abandoned camps where cultists had gathered to plan operations before dispersing to their assigned targets. Each discovery brought new understanding, but also new dangers, as the heroes' investigation inevitably attracted the attention of cult agents who had been tasked with protecting their organization's secrets. The initial attempts to deter the heroes were subtle: misdirection, false evidence, and carefully orchestrated coincidences designed to lead them away from the truth. But as it became clear that these investigators possessed both the skill and the determination to see through such deceptions, the opposition became more direct and more deadly. The first open confrontation with cult agents provided crucial evidence about the true nature of the conspiracy they faced. The attackers demonstrated abilities that went far beyond normal martial skills or conventional magic, wielding elemental forces with a precision and power that suggested deep connection to the primordial planes themselves. More disturbing still was the fanatical dedication these agents displayed, fighting with the fervor of true believers who saw their enemies not merely as obstacles to be removed, but as forces of cosmic evil that threatened the fundamental order of existence. The interrogation of captured cultists revealed the existence of a sophisticated recruitment and indoctrination network that had been operating for years beneath the notice of established authorities. The cults had identified and cultivated individuals with particular elemental affinities, gradually drawing them into increasingly radical beliefs through a process of careful manipulation and progressive revelation. Many recruits had joined believing they were serving beneficial causes: environmental protection, agricultural improvement, technological advancement, only to discover the true nature of their commitment when they were too deeply involved to escape. The heroes' investigation also uncovered evidence of the cult's infiltration into legitimate institutions throughout the region. Temple hierarchies that had been corrupted through the placement of cult agents in positions of influence, guild structures that had been subverted to serve elemental interests while maintaining the appearance of normal commercial activity, political organizations where cult members had gained sufficient influence to affect policy decisions in ways that served their masters' long-term goals. Perhaps most disturbing was the discovery that several communities that had welcomed cult assistance were now so thoroughly transformed that their original inhabitants could no longer be considered fully human. The gradual exposure to elemental corruption had altered them in fundamental ways, changing not just their beliefs and loyalties, but their essential nature. They had become hybrid beings that existed partially in the material world and partially in the elemental planes, serving as living bridges that allowed chaotic forces to flow more freely between realms. The scale of the conspiracy became fully apparent when the heroes realized that the various cult activities they had been investigating were not separate operations, but components of a single vast plan designed to weaken the barriers between the elemental planes and the material world. Every beneficial innovation the cults had introduced, every helpful service they had provided, every improvement they had made to local conditions had served the hidden purpose of creating conduits for elemental chaos to enter the ordered world. The cult's ultimate goal was revealed to be nothing less than the complete transformation of reality, according to the vision of the Elder Elemental Eye, a return to the primordial state of chaos that had existed before the gods imposed order upon creation. The four elemental cults were working together to accomplish this through the construction of massive ritual sites that would permanently tear open the barriers between planes, allowing unlimited amounts of chaotic elemental force to flood into the material world until all distinction between realms was lost. The discovery of the cult's true purpose brought with it the terrible realization that much of the damage had already been done. Years of careful preparation had created a network of corruption that extended throughout the region, touching every aspect of life, and making it unclear how much of the existing order could be saved even if the cult's final rituals were prevented. The heroes found themselves facing not just the challenge of stopping an ongoing conspiracy, but the far more complex task of determining what could be rescued from a world that had already been fundamentally compromised. The intelligence they gathered revealed that the cults were approaching the final phase of their plan, preparing to activate 4 great temple complexes that would serve as anchor points for their reality-altering rituals. Each temple was designed to channel the power of a specific elemental plane, while coordinating with the others to create a convergence that would shatter the cosmic barriers permanently. The timing of this activation had been calculated to coincide with a rare astronomical alignment that would amplify the effects of their rituals beyond anything that could normally be achieved. The heroes also learned that their investigation had not gone unnoticed by the cult leadership, and that their continued interference was being treated as a serious threat to the success of the elemental agenda. Orders had been issued for their elimination, with resources being diverted from other operations to ensure that they could not disrupt the final preparations. The cults were willing to risk exposure and sacrifice operational security to prevent these investigators from reaching the temple sites before the rituals could be completed. This knowledge brought both urgency and opportunity, as the heroes realized that the cult's focus on eliminating them might create vulnerabilities that could be exploited to gain access to information and resources that would otherwise be beyond reach. But it also meant that every step of their continuing investigation would be opposed by enemies who understood exactly what was at stake and were prepared to use every weapon at their disposal to protect their cosmic agenda. The evidence they had gathered painted a picture of meticulous planning and patient execution that spanned decades, revealing the true sophistication of the intelligence they faced. The elemental cults were not merely fanatics driven by religious fervor, but strategic thinkers who had analyzed the weaknesses of civilized society and developed comprehensive plans to exploit those vulnerabilities. They had studied the patterns of trade and communication that held communities together, identified the key individuals whose removal would create maximum disruption, and prepared contingencies for every form of opposition they might encounter. The heroes found themselves confronting not just a military threat but a philosophical challenge that called into question the fundamental assumptions upon which their world was built. The cult's agents spoke with genuine conviction about the benefits their transformation would bring, describing the elimination of suffering through the dissolution of individual identity and the achievement of perfect unity through the return to primordial chaos. They presented their apocalyptic agenda, not as destruction but as liberation, the freeing of existence from the artificial constraints that the gods had imposed upon it. This ideological dimension of the conflict made it clear that defeating the elemental conspiracy would require more than military victory over cult forces. The ideas that drove the cults had taken root in minds throughout the region, creating a spiritual corruption that would persist even if the immediate threat could be neutralized. The heroes would need to offer not just protection from the cult's physical attacks, but an alternative vision that could compete with the seductive promise of escape from the burdens of ordered existence. The investigation also revealed the personal costs that the cult leadership had paid for their elemental transformation, providing insight into the tragic figures who had become the primary agents of cosmic destruction. The four prophets who led the cults had once been individuals with noble intentions and exceptional abilities, but their exposure to elemental corruption had gradually destroyed everything that had made them human while preserving their skills and memories in forms that served the eye's purposes. Understanding the prophet's transformation helped the heroes comprehend the true horror of what the cult sought to achieve on a universal scale. The return to primordial chaos was not the peaceful unification that cult propaganda promised, but a form of cosmic death that would destroy the individual identity of every living being, while preserving their consciousness in forms that could experience but not truly exist. It was an eternity of dissolution masquerading as enlightenment, an end to suffering achieved through the elimination of the capacity for any genuine experience. The knowledge that the heroes had gained through their investigation provided them with the tools they would need to oppose the elemental conspiracy, but it also burdened them with the understanding of exactly what would be lost if they failed. The stakes of their conflict were not merely the preservation of particular communities or political structures, but the continuation of reality itself in any form that could support individual consciousness and meaningful choice. As they prepared to take action against the temple complexes where the cults were preparing their final rituals, the heroes carried with them the weight of cosmic responsibility and the knowledge that their success or failure would determine not just the fate of their own world, but the precedent for how the eternal struggle between order and chaos would unfold across all of creation. They had unveiled a conspiracy that threatened the very foundations of existence, and now they alone possessed the knowledge and capability necessary to prevent its ultimate success. The conspiracies they had uncovered revealed truth more terrible than any lie, that reality itself was far more fragile than most beings realized, held together by barriers and agreements that could be undone by those with sufficient knowledge, power, and willingness to pay the ultimate price for cosmic transformation. In exposing the elemental plot, the heroes had gained the opportunity to save their world, but they had also learned that salvation would require them to fight not just against external enemies, but against the fundamental forces of chaos that existed within the structure of creation itself. Thus we see how the pursuit of truth, however necessary, inevitably leads to the discovery of responsibilities too vast for mortal shoulders to bear comfortably. The hero's investigation reminds us that knowledge and ignorance are both forms of burden, and that those who choose understanding over comfortable delusion must be prepared to act upon truths that would crush lesser spirits beneath their terrible weight. Chapter 6. Temples of Elemental Evil. Architecture, in its most profound sense, is not merely the arrangement of stone and timber to create shelter from the elements, but the physical manifestation of belief made tangible, philosophy carved into the very substance of reality. When mortals build, they encode their deepest convictions about the nature of existence into structures that will outlast their creators. creating monuments that speak across centuries about what their builders held sacred. But what happens when such architectural devotion is turned toward the worship of forces that seek not to preserve, but to dissolve, not to create, but to return all creation to the chaos from which it emerged? The answer lies in the four great temple complexes that the elemental cults constructed as focal points for their reality-shattering rituals, structures so alien to conventional understanding that they challenged the very concept of what buildings could or should be. These were not temples in any sense that civilized minds could easily comprehend, for they had been designed according to principles that rejected the fundamental assumptions upon which all previous architecture had been based. Where traditional sacred buildings sought to create harmony between form and function, these structures deliberately embraced discord. Where conventional temples aimed to provide spaces for contemplation and worship, these complexes were designed to facilitate transformation and dissolution. Where normal architecture worked within the constraints of physical law, these monuments operated according to elemental principles that treated such limitations as obstacles to be overcome rather than boundaries to be respected. The planning and construction of each temple had required years of careful preparation, during which cult agents had identified sites where the barriers between the elemental planes and the material world were naturally thin, then worked systematically to weaken those barriers further through patient ritual and gradual corruption. The locations chosen represented convergence points, where multiple forms of elemental force could be concentrated and focused, creating conditions that would amplify the power of the final rituals beyond anything that could normally be achieved in the material world. Each temple complex was designed to embody the perfected essence of its associated element, while serving as an anchor point that would hold open permanent gates to the corresponding elemental plane. But more than mere gateways, these structures were intended to function as transformation engines that would convert the ordered energy of the material world into the chaotic force that the elder elemental eye could use to remake reality according to its ancient vision. The Temple of Howling Hatred, consecrated to the elemental force of air, rose from a mountaintop that had been carved and shaped by centuries of wind erosion into forms that seemed to challenge gravity itself. The structure appeared to grow organically from the living rock, its towers and spires reaching toward the sky with a desperate yearning that spoke of eternal dissatisfaction with earthbound existence. The architecture followed no conventional principles of balance or proportion, instead embracing an aesthetic of controlled chaos that made observers feel as though they were looking at a frozen moment in a violent storm. The temple's walls were pierced by countless openings that served not as windows but as wind channels, designed to catch and amplify every breath of air that touched the structure until the entire complex resonated with a constant low moan that could be heard for miles. The sound was not random but carefully orchestrated, created by the interaction between artificial passages and natural wind patterns, to produce harmonics that had subtle but profound effects on the minds of those who heard them. Prolonged exposure to these sonic frequencies induced a state of restless agitation that gradually broke down the listener's attachment to earthbound concerns. The interior spaces of the temple defied conventional understanding of enclosed architecture, featuring vast chambers where the ceiling disappeared into darkness above, while the floor gave way to abyssal drops below. Bridges of crystallized air spanned these chasms, solid enough to support weight but transparent enough to create the illusion of walking on empty space. The cult's architects had discovered methods for solidifying elemental air into semi-permanent forms that retained the essential nature of wind while gaining enough substance to serve structural purposes. At the temple's heart lay the Chamber of Infinite Winds, a spherical room where the boundaries between different air currents had been eliminated, creating a space where multiple atmospheric conditions could exist simultaneously. Here, the gentle breezes of spring mingled with the howling gales of winter storms, while the thin air of high altitudes mixed with the dense atmosphere of deep valleys. The chamber served as a testing ground, where cult members could experience the full range of air elemental manifestations, while gradually becoming attuned to forces that existed beyond normal atmospheric conditions. The Temple of the Crushing Wave had been constructed in defiance of every principle that normally governed underwater architecture, built within a vast air-filled cavity that existed impossibly at the bottom of a deep lake. The temple's builders had used water elemental magic to create a stable environment where breathing air and flowing water coexisted in patterns that should have been mutually exclusive. Visitors descended through water-filled passages that led to air-filled chambers, then passed through transitions so seamless that it became unclear whether they were breathing air or water. The temple's design incorporated flowing water as both structural element and decorative feature, with streams and waterfalls integrated into walls and floors in ways that made it impossible to distinguish between architectural features and natural hydrological processes. The sound of moving water filled every space, creating an acoustic environment that gradually attuned listeners to the rhythms of elemental water, while slowly eroding their attachment to the solid ground of normal existence. The central worship space featured a vast pool whose surface remained perfectly still, despite the constant flow of water around its edges. This mirror-like surface served as a scrying tool that allowed cult members to perceive events occurring in other aquatic environments, but its primary purpose was to facilitate meditative practices that gradually taught participants to breathe water as easily as air. The transformation was both physical and spiritual, altering the fundamental relationship between the individual and their environment. Beneath the main temple lay a network of flooded chambers and tunnels that extended far beyond the original cavity, reaching out through underground waterways to connect with distant bodies of water. These submerged passages served as conduits through which elemental water could flow directly from the plane of water into the material world, creating a growing zone of aquatic influence that gradually expanded the temple's sphere of control. The Temple of the Eternal Flame challenged the basic assumption that fire required fuel to sustain itself, demonstrating instead that elemental fire could burn continuously without consuming anything except the ordered energy that held material reality together. The structure appeared to be constructed entirely of crystallized flame, walls and floors that glowed with inner heat while remaining solid enough to serve architectural purposes, yet transparent enough to reveal the dancing fires that burned within their substance. The temple's builders had discovered methods for trapping and concentrating elemental fire in semi-solid forms that retained the essential nature of flame, while gaining enough stability to be used as building materials. The resulting structures pulsed with a rhythm like a vast heartbeat, expanding and contracting slightly as the fires within them grew stronger or weaker in response to the cosmic forces that fed them. Every surface within the temple radiated heat that somehow never became uncomfortable for cult members, who had been gradually conditioned to tolerate and eventually prefer temperatures that would quickly prove fatal to normal humans. The air itself seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy, creating visual distortions that made it difficult to judge distances or perceive details clearly. This atmospheric effect was intentional, designed to create a dreamlike state of consciousness that made cult members more receptive to the transformative influences of elemental fire. The temple's central chamber housed the eternal flame itself, a pillar of fire that rose from floor to ceiling without visible source or fuel. This was not merely a large fire, but a direct manifestation of elemental flame in its purest form, a fragment of the primal fire that had burned since the universe's creation. Gazing into its depths revealed visions of universal conflagration, showing observers how all existence would appear when the barriers between planes finally collapsed and elemental fire was free to consume everything that had ever been created. The Temple of the Black Earth presented perhaps the most disturbing architectural challenge to conventional understanding, as it had been constructed by convincing the Earth itself to participate in its own violation. Rather than carving spaces from existing stone, the cult's builders had taught the rock to hollow itself out, creating chambers and passages that grew like living tissue within the mountain's heart. The resulting structures felt organic rather than artificial, as though visitors were exploring the interior of some vast geological creature rather than a building constructed by mortal hands. The temple's walls sweated with moisture that tasted of deep earth and ancient decay, while the floors trembled constantly with a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the planet's core. These sensory experiences were designed to make visitors acutely aware of the vast weight of stone and soil above them, gradually inducing a psychological state that found comfort in burial and entombment rather than in the open spaces that normally attracted human habitation. The architecture incorporated living stone that continued to grow and change long after the initial construction was complete, creating spaces that evolved organically in response to the needs and activities of their inhabitants. Passages narrowed or widened as traffic patterns changed, while chambers reshaped themselves to accommodate different ritual requirements. The building was less a structure than a slow-motion landslide that had been taught to maintain architectural function, while expressing the Earth's fundamental desire to return all elevated things to their proper place beneath the surface. At the temple's deepest level lay the Chamber of the Black Earth, where the cult had succeeded in creating a direct connection to the elemental plane of Earth. Here, the stone itself had become translucent, revealing vast spaces beyond that seemed to extend infinitely downward through layers of increasingly dense and alien material. The chamber served as both a window into the elemental realm and a conduit through which earthen forces could flow into the material world with ever-increasing intensity. The four temples were connected not only by their shared purpose, but by subtle architectural features that created a unified design, despite their apparently disparate natures. Geometric patterns carved into the floors and walls of each temple followed mathematical principles that created harmonic resonances between the structures, allowing them to function as components of a single vast ritual apparatus, despite being separated by hundreds of miles. The temple's builders had also incorporated astronomical alignments that would reach optimal configuration during the rare celestial convergence that the cults had chosen for their final ritual. When the time came, the positions of planets and stars would create gravitational and magical influences that would amplify the power of each temple while synchronizing their operations to produce effects that no single structure could achieve alone. As the temples neared completion, they began to manifest effects that extended far beyond their immediate vicinity, creating zones of elemental influence that grew stronger with each passing day. Weather patterns shifted around the Temple of Howling Hatred, as eternal winds carved new channels through the surrounding landscape. Water levels rose throughout the region around the Temple of the Crushing Wave, as underground aquifers connected to the elemental plane of water began to overflow their normal boundaries. The area surrounding the Temple of the Eternal Flame experienced dramatic temperature fluctuations as elemental fire began to heat the earth from below, while wildlife in the region gradually adapted to conditions that resembled those found on the elemental plane of fire itself. Near the Temple of the Black Earth, the landscape literally sank as the cult's architectural manipulations created gravitational anomalies that pulled surrounding terrain toward the temple's heart. These environmental changes served both practical and symbolic purposes, demonstrating the temple's growing power while creating physical conditions that would support the massive elemental forces that would be unleashed during the final ritual. Each temple was becoming a beachhead, where the elemental planes could establish permanent footholds in the material world, transforming the surrounding landscape to match the conditions found in their home dimensions. The completion of the temples represented the culmination of decades of planning and preparation, but their true purpose would only be fulfilled when they operated in unison during the cosmic convergence that would provide the power necessary to tear down the barriers between worlds permanently. Each structure was designed to channel specific types of elemental force, while coordinating with the others to create a convergence that would shatter the foundations of ordered reality. The architecture of these temples embodied a vision of existence that rejected every principle upon which civilized society was built, demonstrating through physical form what the world would become if the elemental cults succeeded in their ultimate goal. They were not merely buildings but prophecies carved in stone and flame, wind and water, monuments to a future where the very concept of individual existence would be dissolved in the perfect chaos of elemental unity. The temples stood ready to serve their ultimate purpose, waiting only for the astronomical alignment that would provide the cosmic energy necessary to activate their reality-shattering potential. When that moment arrived, These architectural abominations would reveal their true nature as engines of universal dissolution, designed to transform the ordered world into a realm where the elder elemental eye's ancient vision of perfect chaos could finally be achieved. Thus we see how even the most fundamental human activities, the creation of shelter, the construction of sacred spaces, can be corrupted when they serve purposes that deny the value of individual existence and embrace the dissolution of all that makes life meaningful. The temples remind us that evil's greatest victories often come not through obvious destruction, but through the patient corruption of our most basic assumptions about what buildings should be and what purposes they should serve. Chapter 7. The Howling Hatred. Freedom, when corrupted by absolute conviction, becomes the most terrible form of tyranny, for it recognizes no boundaries save those it chooses to impose upon others in the name of liberation. The wind that brings refreshing change can become the hurricane that destroys everything in its path, while the breath that sustains life can transform into the gale that steals it away. In the high peaks where the air grows thin and the sky seems infinite, Irisi Kalanoth had built her domain upon the promise of ultimate freedom. Freedom from the weight of earthbound concerns, freedom from the constraints of mortal limitation, and ultimately, freedom from the burden of individual existence itself. Her cult of the howling hatred had grown from the seeds of her personal tragedy into a force that sought to grant to all the world the same terrible liberation she had discovered in her moment of greatest loss. Irisi herself had become something that transcended the merely human, though whether her transformation represented ascension or degradation remained a matter of perspective that divided those who encountered her. The woman who had once been a noble daughter, destined for a life of conventional happiness, now appeared as a figure of ethereal beauty, whose very presence seemed to lighten the air around her. Her hair moved constantly, as though stirred by invisible breezes, while her garments seemed to be woven from crystallized wind that shifted and flowed without regard for the laws that normally governed fabric and form. Yet beneath this supernatural allure lay something far more disturbing than mere otherworldly beauty. Those who looked into Irisi's eyes reported seeing depths that contained no recognizable human emotion, only the vast indifference of sky that stretched beyond the reach of earthbound concerns. She had achieved the freedom she sought, but in doing so had surrendered everything that might have made such freedom meaningful. Her liberation from mortal constraint had come at the cost of becoming a hollow vessel through which elemental forces could manifest without the interference of human conscience or compassion. The transformation had not been sudden but gradual, accomplished through years of careful exposure to elemental air in increasingly concentrated forms. The process had required her to systematically abandon every attachment that might anchor her to material existence, surrendering her memories of love and loss until they became abstract concepts rather than lived experiences. The woman who had once screamed her rage at the uncaring sky had learned to become that same indifference, embodying the eternal emptiness that lay beyond the reach of mortal suffering. Windvane, the weapon that served as both symbol and instrument of her power, had become as much a part of her as her own limbs, responding to her will with the fluidity of thought itself. The ancient spear could summon winds that ranged from gentle breezes to destructive tempests, but its true power lay in its ability to teach others the same terrible freedom that Irisi had discovered. Those struck by the weapon found themselves gradually losing their attachment to solid ground, becoming lighter in both body and spirit, until they learned to walk on air as easily as earth. The cult that gathered around Irisi consisted largely of individuals who had been broken by the weight of earthbound responsibility and found in her promise of aerial freedom an escape from burdens they could no longer bear. Many were former nobles who had lost their positions through political upheaval, merchants whose businesses had failed despite their best efforts, or scholars whose research had revealed truths too terrible to accept. What united them was not shared purpose but shared rejection, a collective turning away from the world that had failed to meet their expectations. The indoctrination process that transformed these disappointed souls into devoted cultists was masterfully designed to exploit their existing sense of alienation, while gradually replacing their human concerns with elemental obsessions. New recruits were taught breathing techniques that altered their relationship with the air around them, learning to perceive the wind not as an external force but as an extension of their own will. They practiced meditation exercises that encouraged them to identify with the sky rather than the ground, gradually shifting their perspective until they began to see earthbound existence as a prison from which they yearned to escape. The cult's headquarters occupied the entire spire of the Wailing Winds, a natural tower of stone that had been carved and shaped by centuries of erosion into forms that seemed to challenge the very concept of architectural stability. The structure appeared ready to topple at any moment, yet it had stood unchanged for countless years, held together not by conventional engineering, but by the elemental forces that Arisi had learned to command. The spire's interior was honeycombed with passages and chambers that followed the natural patterns carved by wind and weather, creating spaces that felt more like the interior of a vast musical instrument than conventional architectural volumes. The sound that gave the spire its name was produced by the complex interaction between its natural openings and the constant winds that swept across the mountain peaks. The resulting harmonics created a low, mournful wail that could be heard for miles in every direction, serving both as a beacon for those seeking the cult and as a form of psychological conditioning for those who lived within range of its influence. Prolonged exposure to these frequencies induced a state of dreamy detachment that made listeners more receptive to the cult's teachings about the superiority of aerial existence over earthbound concerns. Within the spire, Irisi maintained a court that resembled nothing so much as a parody of the noble life she had once been destined to lead. Cultists who had demonstrated particular devotion to the elemental cause were granted the privilege of serving as her attendants, participating in elaborate ceremonies that celebrated the beauty of endless sky, while gradually preparing them for the ultimate transformation that would free them from physical form entirely. These rituals combined elements of traditional courtly entertainment with practices designed to attune participants to elemental air in its purest manifestations. The cult's recruitment efforts extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of their mountain stronghold, as Arisi had established a network of agents who operated throughout the civilized world in search of individuals whose circumstances made them susceptible to the promise of aerial freedom. These recruiters were particularly active in urban areas where the constraints of organized society created the greatest sense of claustrophobia and frustration among those who yearned for something beyond the narrow confines of conventional existence. The agents identified potential recruits through careful observation of behavior patterns that indicated deep dissatisfaction with earthbound life, individuals who spent excessive time staring at the sky, who expressed envy for birds and other flying creatures, or who demonstrated unusual sensitivity to changes in atmospheric pressure and wind patterns. The initial approach was always subtle, beginning with casual conversations about the beauty of flight and the limitations of ground-based existence, gradually escalating to more specific discussions about the possibility of transcending physical constraints through spiritual discipline and elemental attunement. Those who responded positively to these initial overtures were invited to participate in seemingly innocent activities that actually served as preliminary forms of cult indoctrination. Group expeditions to high places where the air was thin and the sky seemed infinite. Breathing exercises presented as methods for improving physical health, but actually designed to alter consciousness in ways that made participants more susceptible to elemental influence. Philosophical discussions about the nature of freedom that gradually introduced concepts central to the cult's ideology, while making them seem like natural conclusions rather than imposed beliefs. The transformation of recruits from curious seekers to devoted cultists followed a carefully planned progression that ensured each step seemed like a logical development of the previous one. Early training focused on developing what instructors described as aerial awareness, the ability to perceive and respond to subtle changes in air pressure, wind direction, and atmospheric conditions that ordinary people ignored. Students learned to read the sky like a book, interpreting cloud formations and wind patterns as sources of information about weather, time, and direction. As training progressed, students were taught increasingly advanced techniques for manipulating air currents and atmospheric conditions. They learned to create small whirlwinds that could lift objects off the ground, to generate breezes that could cool heated spaces or disperse unpleasant odors, and to sense the approach of storms long before conventional weather signs became apparent. Each success reinforced their sense of growing mastery over elemental forces, while gradually weakening their attachment to purely mundane concerns. The cult's intermediate training involved exposure to elemental air in concentrated forms that produced dramatic alterations in consciousness and physical capability. Students were taught to enter meditative states that allowed them to perceive the elemental plane of air directly, experiencing visions of vast spaces filled with nothing but wind and cloud, stretching beyond the reach of imagination. These experiences were presented as glimpses of the ultimate freedom that awaited those who completed their transformation, creating powerful motivation for continued advancement through the cult's hierarchy. Advanced cultists underwent physical transformations that gradually altered their essential nature, making them less human and more elemental with each passing month. Their bones became hollow like those of birds, reducing their weight while increasing their fragility. Their lungs developed the capacity to extract oxygen from increasingly thin air, allowing them to function at altitudes that would quickly incapacitate normal humans. Their hair and skin began to take on the translucent quality of crystallized air, making them appear more like living clouds than solid beings. The most devoted followers eventually reached a state that the cult called wind walking, where they became so thoroughly attuned to elemental air that they could disperse their physical forms into component atoms while retaining consciousness and the ability to reform when desired. This transformation was presented as the ultimate achievement of aerial freedom, allowing the individual to experience the limitless mobility and perspective that came with being part of the wind itself. Irisi's long-term strategy for expanding the cult's influence involved the systematic disruption of weather patterns throughout the civilized world, creating atmospheric chaos that would demonstrate the inadequacy of earthbound solutions to airborne problems. Her followers worked to intensify existing storms, while creating new ones in regions that had previously experienced stable weather, gradually conditioning populations to accept that the sky itself had become unreliable and dangerous. The cult's weather manipulation served multiple purposes beyond simple disruption, as it also created opportunities for recruitment among those whose lives were disrupted by atmospheric disturbances. Communities that experienced repeated crop failures due to unexpected storms or prolonged droughts were approached by cult agents offering solutions that seemed miraculous compared to conventional agricultural techniques. The assistance provided was real and effective, but it came with the hidden cost of gradually attuning recipients to elemental air while making them dependent on cult intervention for future stability. The cult's ultimate goal was to create conditions that would make aerial existence seem preferable to earthbound life for vast numbers of people simultaneously. By making the ground unstable through earthquakes, the water unreliable through floods and droughts, and fire dangerous through uncontrolled conflagrations, they sought to drive populations toward the sky as the only remaining refuge from terrestrial chaos. Once sufficient numbers of people had been convinced to embrace aerial transformation, the collective weight of their elemental attunement would create irreversible changes in the boundary between the material world and the plane of air. Irisi's personal obsession with the vision of universal aerial freedom had led her to develop increasingly grandiose plans for reshaping reality according to elemental principles. She envisioned a world where the solid ground had been dispersed into component atoms, leaving only endless sky populated by beings of living wind who had transcended the limitations of physical form. In this transformed reality, the concepts of weight, gravity, and physical constraint would become meaningless, replaced by absolute mobility and the freedom to exist anywhere within the infinite expanse of elemental air. The philosophical foundation of the cult's ideology rested on the premise that physical existence was fundamentally a form of imprisonment that trapped consciousness within artificial boundaries, preventing it from experiencing the unlimited freedom that was its natural state. According to this teaching, the gods who had created the material world had acted not as benevolent creators, but as cosmic jailers, imposing constraints that served no purpose except to limit the potential of conscious beings. The cult's interpretation of history portrayed the establishment of civilized society as a gradual tightening of these primordial chains, as mortals created increasingly complex systems of law, tradition, and social obligation that further restricted their natural freedom. Cities were described as collective prisons where inhabitants traded mobility for security, while governments were characterized as institutions designed to prevent people from accessing their elemental heritage. Arisi herself had become the living embodiment of this philosophy, demonstrating through her own transformation what mortals could achieve if they had the courage to abandon earthbound concerns entirely. Her followers saw in her ethereal beauty and supernatural capabilities proof that the cult's promises were real and achievable, while her obvious detachment from human emotion was interpreted as evidence of the peace that came with transcending mortal limitations. The relationship between Arisi and the other elemental prophets was complex, characterized by both cooperation and competition, as each sought to advance their particular vision of reality transformation. She recognized that her aerial paradise could not be achieved while the other elements remained tied to their material manifestations, making collaboration with the earth, fire, and water cults necessary despite their differing priorities and methods. The coordination between cults involved careful timing and mutual support, with each prophet contributing their specialized capabilities to operations that required multiple forms of elemental manipulation. Arisi's control over atmospheric conditions proved invaluable for concealing the activities of other cults, as she could create fog to hide earth cult excavations, generate winds to disperse the smoke from fire cult operations, and summon storms to mask the sound of water cult rituals. Yet beneath this practical cooperation lay deeper tensions rooted in the fundamental differences between elemental visions of perfected reality. Arisi's dream of infinite sky conflicted with the earth cult's goal of universal burial, while her emphasis on mobility clashed with the water cult's vision of peaceful drowning. These philosophical differences were temporarily subordinated to the shared goal of destroying the current order, but they would inevitably lead to conflict once the immediate objective had been achieved. The cult's preparations for the final transformation ritual involved the creation of massive atmospheric disturbances that would serve both as sources of elemental power and as demonstrations of the futility of resistance to elemental forces. Arisi had learned to coordinate the activities of air elementals from across multiple planes, bringing together entities that had never before cooperated in the pursuit of a shared objective. As the time for the Great Convergence approached, the howling hatred reached fever pitch in its preparations, with cultists throughout the region abandoning their earthbound responsibilities to gather at the spire of the Wailing Winds for the ceremony that would either grant them ultimate freedom or destroy them in the attempt. They came willingly, eagerly, viewing the approaching apocalypse not as an ending, but as the beginning of existence as it was always meant to be, unbound, unlimited, and free from every constraint that had ever prevented consciousness from experiencing the infinite potential of pure wind. Thus we see how the yearning for freedom, when divorced from wisdom and compassion, becomes indistinguishable from the desire for annihilation, transforming liberation into a form of universal imprisonment that denies the very possibility of meaningful choice. Arisi's howling hatred reminds us that the wind that promises to carry us beyond all limitations may ultimately scatter us so completely that nothing recognizable remains of what we once were. Chapter 8. The Crushing Wave. Peace, when sought as an escape from the fundamental nature of existence rather than as harmony with it, becomes a form of death masquerading as transcendence. The ocean that appears to offer infinite calm beneath its surface conceals depths where no light penetrates, and pressure crushes all that ventures too far from the world above. In the drowning embrace of elemental water, Gar Shatterkeel had discovered what he believed to be the ultimate truth about existence. that all struggle was futile, all resistance meaningless, and that the only genuine peace came through surrender to forces too vast and patient to be comprehended by minds trapped within the limitations of air-breathing life. His cult of the crushing wave offered to all who would listen the same terrible comfort he had found in the depths, promising release from the burden of individual will through union with the primordial waters from which all life had emerged, and to which it must inevitably return. The transformation of Gar Shatterkeel from simple sailor to prophet of elemental dissolution represented perhaps the most complete personality death among the four cult leaders, for water's nature is to wear away all sharp edges, all distinctive features, until everything becomes smooth and uniform in its embrace. The man who had once possessed the weathered face and calloused hands of one who had spent his life wresting sustenance from reluctant seas now appeared as something that might have been carved from living water itself, translucent, fluid, and possessed of depths that seemed to extend far beyond the boundaries of any mortal form. His eyes held the particular emptiness of ocean trenches where no light had ever penetrated, while his voice carried the sound of distant tides even when he spoke in whispers. Those who looked upon him reported feeling an almost irresistible urge to simply stop struggling against whatever burdens they carried, to let themselves sink into the peaceful resignation that seemed to emanate from his presence like a physical force. He had achieved the perfect tranquility that comes only to those who have surrendered every last vestige of individual will to currents too powerful to resist. Drown, the trident that served as both weapon and sacred implement of his office, had become inseparable from its wielder in ways that went beyond mere physical attachment. The ancient weapon could call forth floods from the smallest sources of moisture, transforming a puddle into a deluge or a gentle rain into a drowning torrent. But its true power lay in its ability to teach others the peace that Gar had discovered in his own near drowning, showing them how breathing and drowning were merely different names for the same essential surrender to elemental force. The cult of the crushing wave attracted followers through a recruitment process that was perhaps the most insidious of all the elemental organizations, for it offered genuine relief from suffering through the simple expedient of teaching potential converts to stop caring about the things that caused them pain. Unlike the other cults, which promised transformation or empowerment, the water cult offered only peace, but peace so complete and all-encompassing that it gradually eroded every aspect of personality that might resist its embrace. The cult's initial approach to recruitment involved identifying individuals who were drowning metaphorically long before they ever encountered elemental water. These were people whose lives had become unbearable through accumulated loss, crushing responsibility, or persistent failure, souls who had reached the point where the struggle to continue seemed more painful than the prospect of simply giving up. To such individuals, the cult's representatives appeared not as agents of destruction, but as compassionate healers offering the ultimate medicine for life's incurable disease. The early stages of indoctrination were masterfully designed to appear beneficial rather than harmful, focusing on meditation techniques that promised to wash away anxiety and stress through visualization exercises involving flowing water. New recruits learned to imagine their troubles dissolving like salt in the ocean, their worries dispersing like ripples on a pond's surface. These practices provided genuine psychological relief, creating a sense of calm that many participants had not experienced in years. As training progressed, students were introduced to actual bodies of water where they could practice advanced forms of aquatic meditation. They learned to float motionlessly for extended periods, allowing the water to support their weight while they released their attachment to the need for conscious control. These exercises gradually extended the amount of time participants could remain submerged, as they developed both the physical ability to hold their breath for longer periods and the mental discipline to remain calm while underwater. The cult's intermediate teachings involved exposure to elemental water in its purest forms, achieved through rituals conducted in specially prepared pools that had been connected directly to the elemental plane of water. Participants who bathed in these enhanced waters experienced profound alterations in consciousness, perceiving visions of vast underwater realms, where conflict and struggle were unknown because all inhabitants had learned to move with the eternal currents rather than against them. These visions were presented as glimpses of the ultimate reality that lay beneath the surface chaos of material existence, demonstrating that the apparent complexity and difficulty of life was merely an illusion created by minds that had not yet learned to see past surface disturbances to the eternal calm that lay beneath. Students who experienced these revelations often emerged from their submersion permanently changed, displaying a serenity that bordered on complete emotional detachment. The most advanced cultists underwent physical transformations that gradually altered their essential nature, making them amphibious beings capable of surviving indefinitely in either aquatic or terrestrial environments. Their lungs developed the ability to extract oxygen from water as efficiently as from air, while their skin acquired the translucent quality of deep-sea creatures adapted to environments where sunlight never penetrates. These transformed followers served as the cult's primary agents in coastal communities and inland waterways, able to move freely through aquatic environments, while maintaining enough human appearance to interact with normal populations without arousing immediate suspicion. Their presence in a community inevitably led to subtle changes in local water sources, as their mere proximity to wells, rivers, and lakes gradually introduced traces of elemental water that began the process of environmental transformation. The Temple of the Crushing Wave served as both headquarters and ultimate destination for the cult's activities, representing the physical manifestation of Gar's vision of reality, perfected through universal submersion. The structure existed in a state that challenged conventional understanding of underwater architecture, maintaining air-filled spaces at the bottom of a deep lake, through elemental manipulation that created pockets of breathable atmosphere surrounded by flowing water. The temple's design incorporated the constant presence of water in every space, with streams flowing through chambers and pools occupying central positions in rooms dedicated to various ritual purposes. The sound of moving water created a constant background that gradually attuned visitors to aquatic rhythms, while slowly eroding their attachment to the dry land of conventional existence. Prolonged residence within the temple inevitably led to the psychological state the cult termed depth acceptance, a form of resignation so complete that the individual ceased to maintain any preference between breathing air and breathing water. The temple's central chamber housed a vast pool whose depth was impossible to measure, as it connected directly to the elemental plane of water through a permanent portal that allowed unlimited amounts of primordial water to flow into the material world. This pool served as both a scrying device that allowed observation of aquatic environments throughout multiple planes, and as a transformation chamber where advanced cultists could complete their metamorphosis into purely elemental beings. The cult's recruitment strategy extended throughout all coastal regions and along every major waterway, as Gar had established a network of agents who operated under cover of providing legitimate maritime services. These infiltrators worked as harbor masters, ship captains, and fishing boat operators, positions that gave them access to large numbers of people whose livelihoods depended on the sea, while providing opportunities to gradually introduce cult ideology through seemingly practical advice about marine safety and navigation. The agents identified potential recruits among sailors and fishermen who had experienced traumatic encounters with the sea's power, survivors of shipwrecks, families who had lost members to drowning, or coastal communities that had suffered damage from storms and floods. To these traumatized individuals, the cult offered not just practical assistance in rebuilding their lives, but philosophical frameworks that could transform their relationship with the water, from one of fear to one of acceptance, and eventually reverence. The initial approach involved sharing stories and legends about the sea's benevolent nature, gradually introducing the concept that the ocean was not a hostile force to be conquered, but a wise teacher whose lessons could only be learned through submission and trust. Potential recruits were taught to see their previous maritime disasters not as random misfortunes, but as invitations to develop a deeper understanding of water's essential nature. Those who responded positively to these initial teachings were invited to participate in group activities that combined practical seamanship training with subtle forms of cult indoctrination. These gatherings featured instruction in advanced swimming techniques that emphasized floating and drifting, rather than aggressive stroke patterns, breathing exercises that gradually extended the amount of time participants could remain underwater, and meditation practices that encouraged identification with aquatic, rather than terrestrial life forms. The cult's weather manipulation capabilities allowed them to demonstrate their power through the strategic creation and prevention of maritime disasters, saving ships from storms they had secretly summoned, while allowing others to founder when their intervention would serve recruitment purposes. Communities that experienced the cult's protection gradually became dependent on their services, while those that suffered from mysterious maritime disasters became more receptive to messages about the need to establish proper relationships with elemental water. The environmental effects of the cult's activities extended far beyond their immediate operations, as their presence in any aquatic environment gradually altered the fundamental nature of the water itself. Rivers that passed through cult-controlled territories began to flow with unusual persistence, maintaining their volume even during drought seasons, while carrying unusual minerals that had beneficial effects on agriculture and industry. These enhancements created positive associations with the cult's presence, while gradually transforming entire watersheds into conduits for elemental influence. Communities that relied on cult-enhanced water sources found their populations becoming increasingly placid and accepting, less prone to conflict, and more willing to submit to authority figures who promised peace and stability in exchange for obedience. The cult's ultimate vision involved the gradual flooding of all land areas until the distinction between terrestrial and aquatic environments ceased to exist, creating a world ocean where all life could experience the peace that came with universal submersion. This transformation would not be achieved through sudden catastrophic flooding, but through the patient process of raising water levels, while simultaneously teaching populations to adapt to increasingly aquatic conditions. Gar's personal obsession with this vision had led him to develop detailed plans for the systematic conversion of every major body of water into a portal connected directly to the elemental plane of water. Each successful conversion would increase the rate at which elemental water could flow into the material world, while serving as a focal point for further expansion of aquatic influence. The coordination between the water cult and the other elemental organizations involved careful timing and mutual support, as Gar recognized that his aquatic paradise could only be achieved if the other elements were simultaneously transformed to support, rather than resist, universal submersion. His cooperation with the Earth cult focused on techniques for creating underground channels that could distribute elemental water throughout continental landmasses, while his alliance with the Air cult involved methods for increasing atmospheric humidity to levels that would support the gradual adaptation of air-breathing populations to aquatic existence. The relationship with the Fire cult proved more complex, as the natural opposition between water and fire required careful management to prevent their mutual annihilation. However, Gar had discovered that elemental water could actually enhance certain types of fire by providing the steam and mist necessary for their propagation, while elemental fire could heat water to create the warm currents necessary for supporting enhanced aquatic life forms. As the time approached for the Great Convergence that would activate all four temple complexes simultaneously, the cult of the Crushing Wave intensified their preparations through the creation of massive ritual floods that would serve both as sources of elemental power and as demonstrations of water's inevitable triumph over all terrestrial resistance. Gar had learned to coordinate the activities of water elementals from across multiple planes, creating tidal forces that operated according to schedules determined by cosmic rather than terrestrial influences. The cult's final preparations involved the systematic flooding of their most important strongholds, transforming terrestrial facilities into fully aquatic environments where only the most thoroughly converted followers could survive. These transformed spaces served as testing grounds where cultists could experience the reality of existence in their envisioned world ocean, while demonstrating their readiness to abandon the last vestiges of air-breathing life. The psychological state that Gar himself had achieved represented the ultimate goal toward which all his followers were being guided, a condition of such complete resignation that the individual ceased to maintain any attachment to continued existence in its current form. He had become a living demonstration that peace was indeed possible, but only through the surrender of everything that made peace meaningful or desirable. His teachings emphasized that the struggle to maintain individual identity was the source of all suffering, and that true happiness could only be achieved through the dissolution of self into something larger and more enduring than any single consciousness could hope to become. The water that surrounded and filled every space in his domain was not merely an environment but a teacher, patiently demonstrating through its own example how all things could find rest through accepting their ultimate destination in the depths. The followers who gathered for the final transformation ritual came willingly, even eagerly, to an event they understood might result in their physical death, but which they believed would grant them access to a form of existence more peaceful and meaningful than anything available in the surface world. They had learned to see drowning not as an ending, but as a beginning, the moment when the illusion of separation finally dissolved and consciousness could merge with the eternal currents that connected all things. Thus we see how the desire for peace, when pursued as an escape from rather than an engagement with the challenges of existence, becomes indistinguishable from the desire for unconsciousness itself, transforming serenity into a form of spiritual suicide that promises rest only through the abandonment of everything that makes consciousness valuable. Gar's crushing wave reminds us that the depths that promise ultimate calm may prove to be not a refuge, but a tomb, offering silence only through the elimination of every voice that might break the eternal quiet of the abyss. Chapter 9. The Eternal Flame. Love, when it burns without the tempering influence of wisdom and restraint, becomes the most consuming of all passions, transforming the gentle warmth that nurtures life into the raging inferno that devours everything it touches. The flame that illuminates can become the fire that blinds, while the heat that brings comfort can grow into the conflagration that reduces all to ash and memory. In the depths of the volcanic mountains, where the earth itself bleeds molten stone, Yennefer had discovered what she believed to be the purest expression of affection, a love so intense and all-encompassing that it could only be expressed through the complete consumption of its object. Her cult of the eternal flame promised to teach the world the same terrible truth she had learned in her isolation, that true love required the destruction of all boundaries between lover and beloved, achieving perfect unity through the ecstasy of mutual incineration. The transformation of Yennefer from gifted smith to prophet of universal conflagration represented perhaps the most tragic of all the elemental corruptions, for fire had once been her ally and partner in the creation of beautiful and useful things. The woman who had forged tools that served life had become something that sought to reduce all existence to the primordial state of pure energy, from which material forms could no longer emerge. Her appearance now seemed to shift between solid flesh and living flame, as though she existed simultaneously in multiple states of matter, never quite stable in any single form. Her skin held the translucent quality of heated metal, glowing with inner fire that pulsed in rhythm with emotions too intense for mortal hearts to contain. When she moved, the air around her shimmered with heat distortion, while her breath came in visible exhalations that carried the scent of forge fire and molten gold. Those who met her gaze reported seeing depths that contained not pupils but windows into furnaces, where unknown fuels burned with colors that had no names in any mortal language. Tinderstrike, the dagger that had become both her most treasured possession and her most dangerous temptation, seemed to exist in a state of perpetual combustion without ever being consumed by the flames that danced along its edge. The weapon could ignite any substance it touched, but its true power lay in its ability to kindle the same passionate intensity in others that had transformed Yennefer herself. Those cut by the blade found their hearts filled with desires so overwhelming that they would sacrifice anything to feed the fires that burned within them. The cult that gathered around Yennefer attracted followers through a recruitment process that exploited the universal human experience of unfulfilled longing. offering to transform the pain of separation into the ecstasy of union through the simple expedient of teaching potential converts to embrace destruction as the ultimate form of love. Unlike the other elemental cults which promised escape from suffering, the fire cult promised to intensify every emotion until the boundary between pleasure and pain disappeared entirely. The philosophy that underlay the cult's teachings rested on the premise that all love was fundamentally an expression of the desire to consume and be consumed, to break down the barriers that kept consciousness trapped within individual forms. According to this doctrine, the gods who had separated fire from its fuel had committed the ultimate act of cosmic cruelty, creating artificial divisions that prevented beings from experiencing the perfect unity that was their natural state. The cult's recruitment efforts focused on individuals whose capacity for intense emotion had been frustrated by circumstances beyond their control. Artists whose vision exceeded their ability to express it, lovers whose passion had been unrequited, parents whose children had been lost to death or estrangement. To such individuals, the cult offered not comfort but amplification, promising to transform their pain into something so beautiful and terrible that it would justify every moment of suffering they had endured. The initial stages of indoctrination involved exposure to flames that burned with unusual properties, fires that could exist without fuel while producing heat that warmed the soul rather than merely the body. New recruits learned to tend these supernatural flames, gradually developing the ability to perceive the emotions and intentions that flickered within their depths. The process was presented as a form of emotional education that would teach participants to understand the true nature of passion and desire. As training progressed, students were taught to kindle similar flames within themselves, learning to burn with intensities that would have proved fatal to unprotected mortals. The transformation was both physical and spiritual, as their bodies adapted to tolerate and eventually require the temperatures that accompanied elemental fire, while their emotions were amplified until even the smallest feelings became overwhelming experiences that demanded expression through action. The cult's intermediate teachings involved the practice of flame communion, ritual activities that allowed participants to share their inner fires with others through carefully controlled forms of mutual combustion. These ceremonies created bonds of extraordinary intensity between cult members, connecting them through networks of shared sensation that made individual identity increasingly difficult to maintain. Advanced cultists underwent transformations that gradually replaced their mortal flesh with living fire that retained the form and memories of their original bodies, while gaining the ability to exist in states that transcended normal physical limitations. These transformed individuals served as the cult's most effective recruiters and agents, able to kindle passion in others through mere proximity, while remaining immune to most forms of physical harm. The Temple of the Eternal Flame served as both the cult's headquarters and a physical manifestation of Vanifer's vision of reality, perfected through universal combustion. The structure appeared to be constructed entirely of crystallized flame that somehow maintained architectural stability while retaining the essential properties of fire. Every surface radiated heat that created constant thermal updrafts, filling the interior spaces with dancing curtains of superheated air that made normal vision impossible. The temple's design incorporated flames as both decorative elements and functional features, with fires that served as sources of illumination, heating, and ventilation, while also creating the acoustic environments necessary for the cult's ritual activities. The constant crackling and roaring of countless fires created a symphony of combustion that gradually attuned visitors to the rhythms of elemental fire, while slowly preparing them for the transformations that extended residence would inevitably produce. The temple's central chamber housed the eternal flame itself, a pillar of fire that connected directly to the elemental plane of fire through a permanent portal that allowed unlimited amounts of primordial fire to flow into the material world. This flame burned without fuel or air, sustained by forces that operated according to principles that transcended normal combustion chemistry. Gazing into its depths revealed visions of universal conflagration that showed observers how all existence would appear when every material form had been refined into its essential fire nature. The cult's recruitment strategy extended throughout regions where metalworking, glassmaking, and other fire-dependent crafts were practiced, as Vanifer had established networks of agents who operated under cover of providing superior techniques and materials for industrial applications. These infiltrators worked as master craftsmen, alchemists, and technical consultants, positions that gave them access to individuals whose livelihoods involved working with fire, while providing opportunities to gradually introduce cult ideology through demonstrations of enhanced thermal capabilities. The agents identified potential recruits among artisans and craftsmen who had experienced frustration with the limitations of conventional fire-based techniques. Smiths who dreamed of forging metals that didn't exist, glassworkers who envisioned transparent materials with impossible properties, or cooks who yearned to create flavors that transcended normal culinary possibilities. To these ambitious individuals, the cult offered not just improved methods, but access to fires that could accomplish things that ordinary combustion could never achieve. The initial approach involved sharing techniques for creating flames that burned at higher temperatures or with greater efficiency than conventional methods allowed, gradually introducing the concept that fire was not merely a tool, but a teacher whose lessons could transform both the craftsmen and their work. Potential recruits were taught to see their creative frustrations not as limitations, but as invitations to develop deeper relationships with elemental fire. Those who responded positively to these teachings were invited to participate in workshops and demonstrations that combined practical skill development with subtle forms of cult indoctrination. These gatherings featured instruction in advanced fireworking techniques that required participants to develop greater heat tolerance and sensitivity to thermal variations, breathing exercises that gradually increased lung capacity for working in smoke-filled environments, and meditation practices that encouraged identification with fire rather than with the materials being transformed by combustion. The cult's ability to enhance industrial processes made them welcome in manufacturing centers throughout the region, where their innovations led to dramatic improvements in productivity and product quality. Forges that adopted cult techniques could produce stronger steel in less time, while kilns enhanced through elemental fire could create ceramics with properties that surpassed anything achievable through conventional methods. These improvements created positive associations with the cult's presence, while gradually transforming entire industrial regions into conduits for elemental influence. Communities that relied on cult-enhanced manufacturing found their populations becoming increasingly passionate and emotional, more prone to intense experiences of every kind, while developing greater tolerance for conditions that would have been uncomfortable or dangerous for normal humans. The environmental effects of the cult's activities extended throughout regions where they had established significant operations, as their presence gradually increased ambient temperatures and altered local weather patterns. Areas under cult influence experienced longer, hotter summers and shorter, milder winters, while wildlife in these regions adapted to conditions that resembled those found on the elemental plane of fire itself. The cult's ultimate vision involved the gradual heating of the entire material world until the distinction between solid matter and plasma ceased to exist, creating a reality composed entirely of various forms of fire, where all beings could experience the perfect union that came with existing as pure energy. This transformation would not be achieved through sudden catastrophic burning, but through the patient process of increasing temperatures, while simultaneously teaching populations to adapt to increasingly thermal conditions. Vanifer's personal obsession with this vision had led her to develop detailed plans for the systematic conversion of every significant heat source into a portal connected directly to the elemental plane of fire. Each successful conversion would increase the rate at which elemental fire could flow into the material world, while serving as a focal point for further expansion of thermal influence. The coordination between the fire cult and the other elemental organizations required careful management of potentially destructive interactions, as fire's natural tendency to consume could easily interfere with the activities of cults focused on other elements. However, Vanifer had discovered that elemental fire could actually enhance Earth by providing the heat necessary for volcanic activity, support air by creating the thermal currents necessary for weather systems, and even work with water by generating the steam necessary for certain types of aquatic environments. The relationship with the water cult proved particularly complex, requiring sophisticated techniques for creating environments where fire and water could coexist without mutual annihilation. The solution involved the development of flames that could burn underwater, while water remained in liquid form, creating hybrid conditions that supported life forms adapted to both thermal and aquatic requirements. As the time approached for the great convergence that would activate all four temple complex. Simultaneously, the cult of the eternal flame intensified their preparations through the creation of massive conflagrations that would serve both as sources of elemental power and as demonstrations of fire's ultimate triumph over all material resistance. Vanifer had learned to coordinate the activities of fire elementals from across multiple planes, creating thermal forces that operated according to cosmic rather than terrestrial principles. The cult's final preparations involved the systematic heating of their most important strongholds, transforming conventional facilities into fully thermal environments where only the most thoroughly adapted followers could survive. These transformed spaces served as testing grounds where cultists could experience the reality of existence in their envisioned fire world, while demonstrating their readiness to abandon the last vestiges of material existence. The psychological state that Vanifer herself had achieved represented the ultimate goal toward which all her followers were being guided, a condition of such complete emotional intensity that the individual ceased to maintain any distinction between self and sensation, between lover and beloved, between creator and creation. She had become a living demonstration that perfect love was indeed possible, but only through the destruction of everything that made love distinguishable from annihilation. Her teachings emphasized that the desire to preserve material forms was the source of all separation and loneliness, and that true happiness could only be achieved through the dissolution of self into the eternal fire that connected all things. The flames that filled every space in her domain were not merely sources of heat and light, but teachers, patiently demonstrating through their own example how all things could find unity through accepting their ultimate transformation into pure energy. The followers who gathered for the final transformation ritual came with hearts burning with anticipation for an event they understood would either grant them perfect union with all existence or destroy them in the attempt. They had learned to see combustion not as destruction but as liberation, the moment when the illusion of separation finally burned away, and consciousness could merge with the eternal fires that had burned since creation's beginning. The fires they tended had taught them that love and destruction were merely different names for the same process of transformation, that creation and consumption were aspects of a single cosmic principle that operated through the eternal dance of combustion and renewal. They had learned to desire their own burning as the ultimate expression of affection for the universe that had given them life. As the moment of convergence approached, the cult's strongholds blazed with fires that had no earthly fuel, sustained by passion alone, and burning with colors that spoke of emotions too intense for mortal language to describe. The cultists themselves had become living flames, their individual identities preserved only as patterns in the elemental fire that had replaced their flesh and blood. Thus we see how love, when pursued as total possession rather than joyful sharing, becomes indistinguishable from the desire to destroy what it claims to cherish, transforming affection into a form of cosmic selfishness that seeks unity only through the elimination of everything that makes the beloved worthy of love. Vanifer's eternal flame reminds us that the fires that promise to unite all things may consume so completely that nothing remains to be united, offering perfect harmony only through the silence of universal ash. Chapter 10. The Black Earth. Stability, when pursued as an end unto itself rather than as a foundation for growth and change, becomes the most insidious form of stagnation, transforming the solid ground that should support life into the crushing weight that buries all possibility beneath layers of accumulated certainty. The earth that nurtures can become the grave that entombs, while the foundation that promises security can transform into the prison that prevents all movement towards something better. In the deepest caverns where stone has forgotten the touch of sunlight, and pressure has compressed ancient secrets into crystalline truth, Marlos Urnrail had discovered what he believed to be the ultimate wisdom about existence, that all struggle was meaningless motion across the surface of reality, and that true peace could only be found by surrendering to the patient embrace of the depths that lay beneath all temporary achievements. His cult of the Black Earth offered to all who would descend with him the same terrible comfort he had found in the darkness below, promising rest from the burden of aspiration, through unity with the eternal stone that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, while remaining forever unchanged. The transformation of Marlos Urnrail, from scholar to prophet of universal entombment, represented perhaps the most intellectually sophisticated of all the elemental corruptions, for Earth's nature is to accumulate and preserve, to layer truth upon truth, until the accumulated weight of knowledge becomes too heavy for any mortal mind to bear. The man who had once sought understanding through patient study had become something that embodied the crushing certainty of absolute knowledge, carrying within his transformed consciousness the weight of every truth that had ever been buried beneath the surface of comfortable ignorance. His appearance had taken on the qualities of living stone, his flesh acquiring the texture and coloration of deep granite, while his eyes became pools of darkness that seemed to reflect the infinite depths of underground spaces that had never known light. When he spoke, his voice carried the resonance of vast caverns, while his movements possessed the deliberate inevitability of geological processes that measured time in eras rather than moments. Those who encountered him reported feeling an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance, as though they stood in the presence of something that had witnessed the birth and death of mountains. Iron Fang, the war pick that served as both weapon and symbol of his authority over earthen forces, had become an extension of his will that could reshape stone and soil with the same ease that a sculptor might work clay. The ancient weapon could cause earthquakes with a gesture or open chasms that led to the planet's molten heart, but its true power lay in its ability to teach others the same crushing certainty that had transformed Marlos himself. Those struck by the weapon found themselves gradually sinking into the earth, not physically but spiritually, as their consciousness became increasingly attuned to the patient wisdom of stone. The cult that gathered around Marlos attracted followers through a recruit-enton process that exploited the universal human desire for certainty in an uncertain world, offering to transform the anxiety of endless possibility into the comfort of predetermined inevitability through the simple expedient of teaching potential converts to embrace burial as the ultimate form of security. Unlike the other elemental cults which promised transformation or transcendence, the Earth cult offered only rest, but rest so complete and final that it would eliminate forever the need to make difficult choices or face uncertain outcomes. The philosophy that underlay the cult's teachings rested on the premise that all surface phenomena were merely temporary disturbances in the eternal stability of stone, and that consciousness itself was an aberration that prevented beings from experiencing the perfect peace that came with existing as part of the unchanging foundation upon which all temporary things briefly rested. According to this doctrine, the gods who had lifted matter from the primordial earth had committed a cosmic error, creating artificial elevations that would inevitably collapse back into the depths from which they had emerged. The cult's recruitment efforts focused on individuals whose desire for certainty had been frustrated by the relentless uncertainty of surface existence, scholars whose research had revealed the instability of all established truths, builders whose structures had been destroyed by forces beyond their control, or leaders whose careful plans had been undone by unforeseeable circumstances. To such individuals, the cult offered not merely answers but the promise of questions that would never again disturb their peace. The initial stages of indoctrination involved exposure to underground environments, where the constant pressure and absence of natural light gradually altered participants' relationship with the surface world. New recruits learned to find comfort in confined spaces that would have induced claustrophobia in normal individuals, gradually developing the ability to perceive beauty in environments characterized by weight, darkness, and the absence of change. These early experiences were presented as exercises in developing foundational awareness, the ability to perceive the underlying stability that supported all surface phenomena. Participants learned to feel the solid ground beneath their feet, not as a surface to walk upon, but as a vast presence that extended infinitely downward, containing within its depths all the wisdom that could ever be needed. As training progressed, students were taught to communicate directly with earthen materials, learning to persuade stone and soil to reveal the secrets they had accumulated over geological ages. The process required participants to adopt the patient perspective of elemental earth, thinking in timescales that rendered human concerns insignificant, while developing the capacity to remain motionless for extended periods without experiencing discomfort or restlessness. The cult's intermediate teachings involved the practice of depth meditation, ritual activities conducted in progressively deeper underground chambers, where participants could experience the increasing pressure and isolation that characterized existence closer to the Earth's core. These ceremonies gradually conditioned cult members to prefer environments that were dark, confined, and separate from all surface influences. Advanced cultists underwent physical transformations that replaced their mortal flesh with living stone that retained human consciousness, while gaining the durability and permanence of geological formations. These transformed individuals served as the cult's most effective teachers and examples, demonstrating through their own experience that conscious existence was possible, even after abandoning all the characteristics normally associated with life. The Temple of the Black Earth served as both the cult's headquarters and a physical manifestation of Marlos's vision of reality perfected through universal burial. The structure existed primarily as a vast network of underground chambers and passages that had been carved from living rock through techniques that convinced the stone itself to participate in its own reshaping. The temple's design incorporated the constant presence of crushing weight and enveloping darkness, with chambers that grew progressively smaller and deeper as one descended toward the central depths where the most important rituals were conducted. The architecture followed principles that emphasized enclosure and containment rather than openness and accessibility, creating spaces that felt more like natural caverns than constructed buildings. The temple's central chamber housed the Black Geode, a massive formation of crystallized earth that connected directly to the elemental plane of Earth through a permanent portal that allowed unlimited amounts of primordial stone to flow into the material world. This formation grew continuously, adding new layers of crystalline structure that recorded and preserved every vibration, every sound, every event that occurred within its influence. The cult's recruitment strategy extended throughout regions where mining, quarrying, and underground construction were practiced, as Marlos had established networks of agents who operated under cover of providing superior techniques for excavation and earthwork. These infiltrators worked as mining engineers, master builders, and geological consultants, positions that gave them access to individuals whose work involved direct interaction with earth and stone, while providing opportunities to gradually introduce cult ideology through demonstrations of enhanced geological capabilities. The agents identified potential recruits among workers and professionals who had experienced the Earth's power in ways that revealed its priority over surface concerns, miners who had survived cave-ins, builders whose foundations had proven inadequate to support their structures, or scholars whose geological research had revealed the temporary nature of all surface formations. To these individuals, the cult offered not just improved techniques but access to the wisdom that could only be gained through deep communion with elemental earth. The initial approach involved sharing knowledge about the Earth's hidden properties and the techniques necessary to work with, rather than against geological forces, gradually introducing the concept that stone and soil were not merely materials, but teachers whose lessons could transform both the worker and their understanding of existence. Potential recruits were taught to see their professional setbacks not as failures, but as invitations to develop deeper relationships with the Earth itself. Those who responded positively to these teachings were invited to participate in expeditions and work projects that combined practical skill development with subtle forms of cult indoctrination. These activities featured instruction in advanced excavation techniques that required participants to spend extended periods in underground environments. Breathing exercises that gradually increased tolerance for environments with limited air circulation, and meditation practices that encouraged identification with stone, rather than with the temporary organic forms that briefly moved across its surface. The cult's ability to predict and prevent geological disasters made them welcome in communities throughout mountainous and seismically active regions, where their interventions could mean the difference between prosperity and catastrophe. The techniques they shared for earthquake-resistant construction and landslide prevention proved remarkably effective, creating positive associations with the cult's presence, while gradually making communities dependent on their continued assistance. These improvements also created opportunities for deeper infiltration, as communities that had been saved from geological disasters became more receptive to teachings about the wisdom and benevolence of earthen forces. The cult's representatives used these opportunities to gradually shift local perspectives about the relationship between surface civilization and the deeper realities of stone and soil. The environmental effects of the cult's activities gradually altered the geological characteristics of entire regions, as their techniques for working with earth involved the introduction of elemental materials that changed the fundamental properties of local stone and soil. Areas under cult influence experienced increased seismic stability in some locations, while becoming more prone to controlled subsidence in others, as the earth itself learned to respond to the cult's guidance. The cult's ultimate vision involved the gradual subsidence of all surface formations, until the distinction between underground and above-ground environments ceased to exist, creating a reality composed entirely of various forms of compressed matter, where all beings could experience the perfect stability that came with existing at the Earth's core. This transformation would not be achieved through sudden catastrophic burial, but through the patient process of convincing surface dwellers to accept progressively deeper forms of existence. Marlos's personal obsession with this vision had led him to develop detailed plans for the systematic conversion of every significant geological formation into a conduit connected directly to the elemental plane of Earth. Each successful conversion would increase the rate at which elemental Earth could flow into the material world, while serving as a focal point for further expansion of geological influence. The coordination between the Earth cult and the other elemental organizations required careful attention to the structural support that underground activities could provide for operations conducted by cults focused on other elements. The Earth cult's extensive tunnel networks served as transportation and communication systems for agents of all four organizations, while their geological expertise proved invaluable for creating stable foundations for temple complexes and ritual sites. The relationship with the fire cult involved techniques for managing the heat generated by volcanic activity, while coordination with the water cult focused on controlling underground water flow to prevent flooding of important facilities. The most complex relationship was with the air cult, as the earth cult's emphasis on enclosed spaces conflicted with the air cult's preference for open environments. However, Marlos had discovered that properly constructed underground chambers could create air pressure differentials that enhanced the effectiveness of atmospheric manipulation. As the time approached for the great convergence that would activate all four temple complexes simultaneously, the cult of the Black Earth intensified their preparations through the creation of massive subsidence events that would serve both as sources of elemental power and as demonstrations of Earth's ultimate authority over all surface phenomena. Marlos had learned to coordinate the activities of Earth elementals from across multiple planes, creating gravitational forces that operated according to cosmic rather than terrestrial principles. The cult's final preparations involved the systematic burial of their most important surface facilities, transforming above-ground installations into fully subterranean environments, where only the most thoroughly adapted followers could function effectively. These transformed spaces served as testing grounds, where cultists could experience the reality of existence in their envisioned underground world, while demonstrating their readiness to abandon the last vestiges of surface-dwelling life. The psychological state that Marlos himself had achieved represented the ultimate goal toward which all his followers were being guided, a condition of such complete certainty and stillness that the individual ceased to maintain any desire for change or movement of any kind. He had become a living demonstration that perfect stability was indeed possible, but only through the surrender of everything that made stability valuable as a foundation for growth, rather than an end in itself. His teaching was emphasized that the desire to rise above one's current position was the source of all instability and suffering, and that true happiness could only be achieved through accepting one's proper place in the vast structure of existence that extended from the Earth's core to its surface. The stone that surrounded and supported every space in his domain was not merely an environment but a teacher, patiently demonstrating through its own example how all things could find peace through accepting the weight of accumulated truth. The followers who gathered for the final transformation ritual came with minds heavy with the certainty that they had found the ultimate answer to all questions, prepared for an event they understood would either grant them perfect stability or bury them in the attempt. They had learned to see burial, not as death, but as homecoming, the moment when the illusion of separateness finally collapsed and consciousness could merge with the eternal foundations that had supported all temporary things. The earth that surrounded them had taught them that weight and pressure were forms of love, that burial was the ultimate expression of care for things too fragile to survive exposure to the harsh conditions of surface existence. They had learned to desire their own entombment as the logical conclusion of a life spent in search of certainty, the final rest that would eliminate forever the need to question or doubt. As the moment of convergence approached, the cult's underground chambers resonated with vibrations that had no earthly source, sustained by certainty alone, and trembling with forces that spoke of knowledge too complete for mortal minds to process. The cultists themselves had become living stone, their individual identities preserved only as patterns in the elemental earth that had replaced their flesh and bone. Thus we see how the search for certainty, when pursued as an escape from rather than a tool for engaging with the complexities of existence, becomes indistinguishable from the desire for unconsciousness itself, transforming wisdom into a form of spiritual death that offers answers only through the elimination of every question that makes consciousness valuable. Marlos's Black Earth reminds us that the foundations that promise ultimate stability may prove to be not support, but burial, offering rest only through the silence of universal compression that crushes every voice beneath the weight of accumulated truth. Chapter 11. The Elder Elemental Eye Awakens. There exists a moment in every cosmic catastrophe when the careful plans of mortals collide with forces so vast and alien that all previous calculations become meaningless, when the accumulated weight of decades of preparation suddenly reveals itself to be merely the prelude to something infinitely more terrible than any earthly mind could have conceived. The convergence of elemental powers that the four prophets had worked so patiently to orchestrate was never intended to be contained within the boundaries of mortal understanding or control. It was designed from its inception to shatter those boundaries entirely, opening channels through which primordial chaos could flow back into a reality that had forgotten the true nature of the forces from which it had originally emerged. As the cosmic alignment reached its predetermined configuration, and the temple complexes began to resonate with harmonics that transcended normal physical law, the elder elemental eye stirred from its eons-long slumber with a hunger that had only grown more terrible during its long imprisonment. The moment of awakening began not with dramatic displays of power, but with subtle alterations in the fundamental constants that governed reality itself, changes so small that only the most sensitive observers could detect them at first. Gravitational forces fluctuated in ways that made objects fall slightly faster or slower than expected. The speed of light varied by fractions that caused colors to shift imperceptibly across the spectrum. Time itself began to flow at rates that differed from location to location, creating pockets where minutes stretched into hours, while other areas experienced the compression of hours into moments. These initial disturbances served as harbingers of far more significant transformations to come, as the eye's influence began to seep through the weakened barriers between dimensions like poison through a cracked vessel. The four temple complexes that had been constructed to serve as anchor points for this cosmic violation suddenly revealed their true purpose, functioning not merely as religious centers, but as massive ritual apparatus designed to amplify and focus the eye's power beyond anything that could be achieved through normal magical means. At the Temple of Howling Hatred, the eternal winds that had been confined within the spire's architectural boundaries suddenly burst free of all constraints, carrying with them the essence of elemental air in concentrations that transformed the surrounding atmosphere into something that barely resembled the breathable mixture that normally sustained life. The air itself became a living thing, possessed of malevolent intelligence and the power to strip flesh from bone with the force of its passage. Those caught in these supernatural gales found themselves scattered, not merely across physical space, but across multiple planes of existence simultaneously, their consciousness fragmented among dimensions, while their bodies were reduced to component atoms. Erisi Kalanoth stood at the center of this atmospheric chaos, no longer recognizable as anything that had ever been human. Her form had become a shifting vortex of crystallized wind that maintained the suggestion of feminine shape, while constantly threatening to disperse into the infinite sky that surrounded her. Through her transformed vocal cords, the elder elemental eye spoke for the first time in millennia, its voice carrying across vast distances on currents of air that penetrated every enclosed space and reached into every corner where mortals had thought to find shelter from the storm. The words it spoke were not in any language that mortal minds could comprehend directly, but their meaning was communicated through harmonics that bypassed conscious thought and spoke directly to the primitive fears that lurked in the deepest recesses of every intelligent being's psyche. The message was simple and terrible. The time of ordered existence was ending, and all things would soon be returned to the perfect chaos from which they had emerged. Simultaneously, at the Temple of the Crushing Wave, the vast pool that had served as a portal to the elemental plane of water suddenly expanded beyond its physical boundaries, transforming the entire surrounding landscape into an aquatic environment where the laws of physics operated according to principles that belonged more to dream than to waking reality. Water flowed upward as easily as down, forming impossible structures that defied both gravity and architectural logic, while carrying within their depths creatures that had never known the constraints of material existence. Gar Shatterkeel had become something that existed simultaneously in liquid and gaseous forms, his consciousness distributed throughout the vast body of elemental water that now covered leagues of territory around his temple. Through his transformed essence, the eye began to flood not just physical spaces, but the conceptual frameworks that defined the difference between breathing and drowning, between life and death, between individual identity and collective unconsciousness. The drowning that began in that moment was not merely physical but spiritual and intellectual, as the eye's influence washed away the carefully constructed categories that allowed mortal minds to make sense of existence. Languages dissolved, as words lost their ability to maintain distinct meanings. Mathematical principles collapsed, as numbers ceased to represent consistent quantities. Even basic concepts like causation and sequence became fluid, creating environments where effects preceded their causes, and where time flowed in directions that had no names. At the Temple of the Eternal Flame, the pillar of fire that had burned without fuel suddenly exploded outward with the force of a stellar explosion, transforming the surrounding mountains into a landscape of living flame, where matter and energy became indistinguishable. The conflagration that resulted was not mere combustion but a fundamental alteration in the nature of material existence, as solid objects learned to burn without being consumed, while gases achieved the stability normally associated with crystalline structures. Vanifer had become a being of pure thermal energy that maintained consciousness while existing as patterns of heat and light that could reshape themselves at will. Through her transformed essence, the eye began to kindle fires that burned not fuel, but the conceptual boundaries that separated one thing from another, creating blazes that consumed the difference between self and other, between creator and creation, between love and destruction. The flames that spread from this epicenter carried with them a form of passionate intensity that was both beautiful and terrifying, offering those who encountered it the choice between being consumed utterly or learning to exist as living fire themselves. Many chose consumption, finding in the ecstasy of burning a relief from the burden of individual consciousness that seemed preferable to the struggle of maintaining separate identity in an increasingly chaotic world. At the Temple of the Black Earth, the crystalline formation that had grown steadily since the temple's construction suddenly achieved critical mass, triggering a gravitational anomaly that began to draw matter from across multiple dimensions into an ever-expanding sphere of compressed existence. The region around the temple became a zone where the normal relationship between space and time ceased to function properly, creating areas where vast distances could be crossed in single steps, while other locations stretched infinitely, despite appearing to occupy only limited space. Marlos Urnrail had transformed into something that existed as pure geological force, his consciousness becoming indistinguishable from the crushing weight of accumulated matter that grew heavier with each passing moment. Through his transformed essence, the eye began to compress not just physical objects but abstract concepts, creating environments where ideas gained mass and weight, while thoughts became subject to gravitational forces. The burial that began in that moment encompassed not just bodies but beliefs, hopes, dreams, and aspirations, as the accumulated weight of absolute certainty crushed every possibility beneath layers of predetermined inevitability. Those who entered this sphere of influence found their capacity for choice gradually diminishing as the number of available options was compressed down to a single predetermined outcome: submission to the overwhelming authority of elemental earth. As the four temple complexes reached full activation, their combined influence began to create interference patterns that amplified their individual effects beyond all calculation. The boundaries between the different elemental manifestations started to break down, creating hybrid phenomena that combined the properties of multiple elements in ways that should have been mutually exclusive. Fires that burned underwater, while water remained liquid. Winds that carried the weight of solid stone while maintaining the mobility of gas. Earth that flowed like liquid while retaining the structural properties of crystalline matter. Water that supported combustion while air gained the crushing force normally associated with geological pressure. These hybrid manifestations represented the beginning of the reality transformation that the elder elemental eye had sought since its first imprisonment, as the carefully maintained distinctions that allowed for ordered existence began to collapse under the pressure of forces that recognized no such artificial limitations. The eye itself began to manifest more directly as the barriers between dimensions continued to weaken, its consciousness becoming accessible to mortal perception for the first time in cosmic ages. Those unfortunate enough to experience direct contact with its alien intelligence reported visions of such overwhelming scope and complexity that their minds could process only fragments of what they had witnessed. They saw the universe as it had existed before the imposition of order, an infinite expanse of chaotic potential, where every possible configuration of matter and energy existed simultaneously without the limiting structure of causation or sequence. They witnessed the birth of the gods, not as a moment of divine inspiration, but as a cosmic tragedy that had trapped infinite possibility within the narrow confines of logical consistency. Most disturbing of all, they perceived the eye's vision of what existence would become once the barriers were fully dissolved. A reality where consciousness could experience every possible sensation simultaneously, where beings could exist in all possible forms at once, where the artificial limitations of individual identity would be replaced by the perfect freedom of universal chaos. The heroes who had discovered the cult conspiracy and fought to prevent this moment found themselves facing a challenge that transcended any form of opposition they had previously encountered. The enemy they confronted was not merely a collection of misguided fanatics or even a powerful supernatural entity, but a fundamental force of existence itself that sought to undo the basic assumptions upon which reality was constructed. The weapons they carried seemed insignificant against forces that operated on cosmic scales, while the strategies they had developed proved inadequate for conflicts that transcended the normal boundaries of cause and effect. They discovered that conventional approaches to heroism, courage, skill, determination, were meaningless when applied to opponents that existed partially outside the frameworks that gave such concepts their power. Yet even as they recognized the overwhelming nature of the threat they faced, the heroes began to understand that their role in this cosmic drama was not to defeat the Elder Elemental I through superior force, but to serve as representatives of the principles that made ordered existence valuable. Their very presence on the battlefield served as a reminder that consciousness could choose to embrace limitation as a form of freedom, rather than surrendering to the chaos that promised unlimited possibility at the cost of meaningful choice. The battle that began as the I achieved greater manifestation was fought not just with swords and spells, but with competing visions of what existence should become. On one side stood the promise of perfect freedom through the dissolution of all boundaries, the offer of unlimited experience through the abandonment of individual identity. On the other stood the assertion that consciousness was most valuable when it operated within constraints that made choice meaningful, that growth required the stability of identity that could learn and change while maintaining continuity. The outcome of this conflict would determine not just the fate of a single world, but the precedent for how the eternal struggle between order and chaos would unfold across all of creation. The awakening of the Elder Elemental I had transformed a local crisis into a cosmic referendum on the fundamental nature of existence itself. As the forces of elemental chaos continued to pour through the weakened barriers between dimensions, reality began to buckle under the pressure of containing contradictory physical laws within the same spatial framework. Regions where the I's influence was strongest became zones of pure possibility, where anything could happen, and frequently did, creating environments that shifted constantly between different configurations of matter, energy, space, and time. The transformation was accelerating, each successful breach in reality's foundations making the next violation easier to achieve. What had begun as a careful infiltration by disciplined cults had evolved into a runaway process of cosmic dissolution that threatened to consume not just the material world, but every dimension that intersected with it. The Elder Elemental I had awakened from its long imprisonment, not weakened by its confinement, but strengthened by eons of accumulated hunger for the chaos it had been denied. Its vision of perfect reality, a state of eternal becoming without the limitation of ever actually being anything specific, was no longer a distant possibility, but an approaching inevitability that could only be prevented by those with the courage to choose meaning over chaos, growth over stagnation, hope over the terrible peace of dissolution. Thus we see how the greatest catastrophes often begin with the most reasonable intentions, how the pursuit of perfection can become the enemy of everything that makes existence worth preserving. The awakening of the Elder Elemental I reminds us that some forms of freedom are indistinguishable from annihilation, and that the most terrible enemies are often those that offer to solve all problems by eliminating the consciousness capable of experiencing them as problems in the first place. Chapter 12. Balance. Restored. Victory, when achieved against forces that threaten the very foundations of existence, carries within it the weight of profound understanding about the true cost of preservation. The price that must be paid, not just to save what is, but to ensure that the possibility of meaningful choice continues to exist for future generations. The heroes who stood against the awakening chaos of the Elder Elemental I discovered that their triumph would require more than martial prowess or magical power. It would demand nothing less than the willing sacrifice of their own certainty about the nature of reality, the surrender of their comfortable assumptions about what it meant to be mortal in an ordered universe. In facing an enemy that sought to dissolve all boundaries between possible and actual, between dream and waking, between self and cosmos, they learned that salvation could only come through embracing the very limitations that made consciousness valuable, while simultaneously transcending those limitations in service of something greater than individual survival. The moment of ultimate confrontation arrived not with the clash of armies or the dramatic duel of opposing champions, but with a choice that each hero had to make individually while standing in the presence of forces that offered them everything they had ever desired in exchange for the simple surrender of their commitment to ordered existence. The elder elemental eye, speaking through its transformed prophets and the chaos-drunk elements themselves, presented each defender of reality with visions of what they could become if they abandoned their futile resistance to cosmic truth. To the warrior among them, it offered eternal battle without the limitation of death, combat that could last forever, because victory and defeat would become meaningless concepts. To the wizard, it promised access to magic that operated without rules or restrictions, spells that could reshape reality according to pure will rather than logical principle. To the priest, it revealed forms of divine communion that transcended the artificial boundaries between worshipper and deity, offering unity with cosmic forces that made the gods themselves seem like pale shadows of true spiritual experience. Each temptation was perfectly calibrated to exploit the deepest desires and greatest strengths of its target, offering not corruption but fulfillment, the chance to become everything they had ever dreamed of being, freed from the constraints that had always limited their potential. The promises were real, the offered powers genuine, the visions of transcendence accurate representations of what awaited those who chose to join the Eye's campaign for universal liberation. Yet, as the heroes stood on the threshold of accepting these cosmic gifts, they began to understand the true nature of the choice before them. The Eye's offerings, however magnificent, all shared a common characteristic. They required the recipient to surrender the capacity for growth, change, and meaningful decision-making that made consciousness more than mere experience. To become everything was to cease being anything in particular. To gain unlimited power was to lose the identity that could wield it purposefully. To achieve perfect freedom was to abandon the limitations that made freedom worth having. The realization that their enemy's greatest strength was also its fundamental weakness provided the key to mounting an effective resistance. The elder elemental eye's vision of perfect chaos contained within itself the seeds of its own limitation, for chaos without any organizing principle becomes indistinguishable from stagnation. True randomness cannot learn, cannot grow, cannot choose. It can only be, endlessly and meaninglessly, without purpose or direction. The hero's strategy evolved from this understanding into something that none of them could have conceived individually, a coordinated effort to use the Eye's own power against itself by introducing elements of order into the chaos it had created, not to impose rigid structure, but to provide the minimal framework necessary for meaningful choice to exist within infinite possibility. Working together in ways that transcended their individual capabilities, they began to weave patterns of intention and purpose through the cosmic storms that raged around the temple complexes. They did not attempt to stop the elemental forces that had been unleashed, but rather to give those forces direction and meaning that transformed destructive chaos into creative turbulence. At the Temple of Howling Hatred, they taught the infinite winds to carry more than just destruction. They became vehicles for messages of hope and connection that reached across vast distances to isolated communities. The atmospheric chaos that had threatened to scatter all coherent matter was gradually transformed into a network of communication that linked previously separate regions in webs of mutual support and shared purpose. At the Temple of the Crushing Wave, they showed the drowning waters how to nurture rather than merely submerge, creating aquatic environments where new forms of life could flourish rather than simply spaces where existing life would perish. The floods that had threatened to wash away all distinction between breathing and drowning became sources of renewal that brought fertility to barren lands, while teaching their inhabitants new ways of existing in harmony with elemental forces. At the Temple of the Eternal Flame, they demonstrated that fire's passion for consumption could be redirected toward creation, showing the elemental flames how to kindle inspiration and growth, rather than merely reducing everything to ash. The conflagrations that had threatened to burn away all boundaries between self and other became forges where new forms of consciousness could be shaped from the raw material of unlimited possibility. At the Temple of the Black Earth, they revealed that the crushing weight of absolute certainty could be transformed into the solid foundation necessary for supporting structures of unprecedented beauty and complexity. The gravitational forces that had threatened to compress all existence into uniform density became the basis for architectural achievements that soared beyond anything previously imaginable, while remaining firmly grounded in enduring principles. The transformation of the elemental forces from agents of dissolution into instruments of creative possibility required sacrifices from each hero that went far beyond the physical courage normally associated with heroic deeds. They had to surrender their own desires for simple solutions to complex problems, accepting instead the responsibility for ongoing vigilance and continuous choice-making that characterized life in an ordered but dynamic universe. The warrior learned that true strength lay not in the ability to defeat all enemies, but in the wisdom to recognize when conflict served constructive purposes and when it merely perpetuated cycles of destruction. The wizard discovered that genuine magical power required the acceptance of limitations that made spells meaningful rather than arbitrary. The priest found that authentic spiritual communion demanded the maintenance of individual identity that could engage with the divine as a conscious partner rather than as a passive vessel. As the heroes succeeded in redirecting the elemental chaos toward constructive purposes, the elder elemental eye itself began to manifest more directly, no longer content to work through intermediaries and transformed prophets. The entity that emerged from the intersection of the four temple complexes was vast beyond mortal comprehension, a presence that existed simultaneously across multiple dimensions, while maintaining sufficient coherence to communicate its displeasure with the turn events had taken. The confrontation that followed transcended every category of conflict that any of the heroes had previously experienced. They found themselves engaged not merely in physical combat, but in a philosophical debate that would determine the fundamental nature of reality itself. The eye argued with compelling logic that consciousness was a cosmic mistake, a temporary aberration that created suffering through the illusion of separateness. It presented detailed proofs that existence would be more peaceful, more perfect, more complete, if individual awareness were dissolved back into the primordial unity from which it had emerged. The hero's counterargument could not rely on logic alone, for the eye's reasoning was flawless within its own premises. Instead, they had to demonstrate through their actions the value of consciousness as a creative force that could generate new possibilities, rather than merely selecting from existing options. They showed that individual identity, far from being a limitation, was the necessary condition for the universe to know itself and to choose its own direction of development. The battle was fought with words and ideas, as much as with weapons and spells, each side seeking to convince not just their opponents, but the cosmic forces themselves about which vision of existence deserved to prevail. The heroes argued that meaning required the possibility of meaninglessness, that choice demanded the availability of wrong answers, that love could only exist where hatred was also possible. The eye's response was to offer them a final demonstration of what perfect unity could achieve, temporarily merging their consciousness with its own vast awareness to show them the peace that came with experiencing existence from every possible perspective simultaneously. The sensation was overwhelmingly beautiful, a form of bliss that made every previous joy seem pale and incomplete by comparison. Yet even as they experienced this cosmic ecstasy, the heroes recognized that something essential was missing from it: the capacity for surprise, for growth, for the discovery of genuinely new possibilities. The eye's perfect knowledge encompassed everything that could be known, but it had lost the ability to learn anything that it did not already understand. Its infinite experience had become a form of eternal repetition, perfect but sterile. The realization that the eye's greatest achievement was also its ultimate limitation provided the heroes with the key to their final strategy. They did not seek to destroy their cosmic opponent, for they understood that chaos was as necessary to existence as order. Instead, they worked to restore the balance that had been disrupted. creating new barriers between dimensions that would allow elemental forces to influence the material world without overwhelming it. The process required each hero to serve as a living bridge between order and chaos, accepting into themselves carefully measured doses of elemental corruption, while maintaining sufficient coherence to channel those forces constructively. They became transformed beings, no longer fully human but not entirely elemental, existing in a state of dynamic equilibrium that could evolve and adapt without losing its essential identity. The restoration of cosmic balance came at a price that would be paid for generations to come, as the hero's transformation created permanent changes in the relationship between mortal consciousness and elemental forces. Magic became more powerful but also more unpredictable, requiring practitioners to develop new forms of wisdom and restraint. The natural world gained new vitality and responsiveness, but also new dangers that demanded constant vigilance from those who sought to live in harmony with it. The elemental cults, deprived of their prophets and their direct connection to the eye, gradually fragmented and dispersed, but their influence could not be entirely eliminated. The knowledge they had developed and the techniques they had perfected continued to exist, available to future generations who might choose to use them for constructive or destructive purposes, depending on their wisdom and intentions. The four temple complexes remained as monuments to both the ambition of those who had sought to remake reality and the courage of those who had chosen to preserve it in modified form. They became places of pilgrimage and study, where scholars and mystics could explore the boundaries between order and chaos while remaining safely within the protective frameworks that the heroes had established. The elder elemental eye itself was not destroyed but rather transformed, its consciousness dispersed through the elemental planes in forms that retained its vast knowledge while losing its unified will to impose that knowledge on others. It became a source of wisdom for those brave or foolish enough to seek it out, offering insights into the fundamental nature of existence while no longer possessing the power to force its revelations on unwilling recipients. The victory achieved by the heroes established a new form of cosmic order that was more dynamic and flexible than what had existed before, capable of incorporating elemental chaos as a creative force, rather than simply resisting it as a destructive one. The universe that emerged from their sacrifice was neither the rigid perfection that the gods had originally imposed, nor the limitless chaos that the eye had sought to restore, but something genuinely new, a reality where consciousness could choose its own development while remaining connected to the cosmic forces from which it had emerged. The lesson learned from this ultimate confrontation between order and chaos was that balance could not be achieved through the victory of either principle over the other, but only through their creative interaction in patterns that honored both the need for stability and the requirement for growth. The heroes had discovered that the highest form of courage was not the willingness to fight for what one believed, but the wisdom to continue choosing what to believe as circumstances changed and new possibilities emerged. In the end, they had saved their world not by preserving it unchanged, but by helping it evolve into something capable of embracing both order and chaos as complementary aspects of a larger truth. Their victory was measured not in enemies defeated, but in new possibilities created, not in problems solved, but in the enhanced capacity for future problem solving that they had helped to establish. The balance they restored was not a static equilibrium, but a dynamic dance between opposing forces that would continue to evolve and develop, as long as consciousness existed to participate in its ongoing creation. They had achieved the most difficult of all victories, not the conquest of chaos by order, or order by chaos, but the transformation of their conflict into a collaboration that enriched existence for all beings capable of appreciating its subtle beauty. Thus we see that the greatest triumphs are often those that refuse the simple satisfactions of total victory, choosing instead the complex responsibilities of ongoing stewardship over forces too vast and important to be either fully controlled or completely abandoned. The restoration of balance reminds us that true heroism lies not in the ability to provide final answers, but in the wisdom to ask better questions, not in the power to end all conflicts, but in the skill to transform them into opportunities for growth and understanding.